Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome to the season 3 premiere of City of Light and Shadow. I hope everyone is doing well over there in chat. How are you doing, chat? How's it going? Are you good? I hope so. This is the season 3 premiere of City of Light and Shadow, a Fate French Resistance campaign using Fate condensed with some add-ons. And I am so excited for today's episode. I sort of can't handle it, so I'm not going to. I'm gonna just sort of freak out here in the chair. Let me give you the hellos. So, welcome. This is an RPG show with, I think, some of the best RPers around and such great stories, and it's based in history. It's a good historical game, sort of honoring the lives of people who actually did this, who were running around and being brave, not just in France, but all over, occupied Europe, the Pacific, actually all the North Africa, so Mediterranean, everywhere. So this is what this is about. And I would like to say, if you would like to support us, last season we had such a good time. People were very supportive, and we were able to sort of break even because it's really important to me to pay the cast, the composer, Lizard Eats Flies, our graphic designer, Frithiel, and make sure that everybody sort of, gets compensated for their labor. And because I don't know if you noticed it, but like our whole crew, they spend quite a lot of time and effort on their cosplay and on talking to me after, before games, and like just giving them some love. So if you would like to support us, the best thing you can do is to be here. That's it. Just watch the show. You can watch it live, which is where we are right now, unless you're watching this on YouTube, in which case we are not live. But you know that. But thank you, YouTubers. We've got some YouTubers who watch us regularly. Thank you. And all of you who comment on YouTube, thank you as well. You can also retweet our going live tweet and tell all of your friends that we are live so they can come in. And this is a great moment to step in if you want to. You can follow the channel. We have a Patreon, and that Patreon is specifically made to support the RPGs that are on this channel. And if you go there, that is also great, and it is appreciated. You can also give tips and bits, and if you do give tips and bits, I will read out the tips and bits messages at the break, at the halftime break, and then at the very end. You can also, some people do fan art, which is amazing. Love it. You can also use your, well, actually, I think, have we got them all taken up? We have. You can't right now. They're all done. But in this game, it's fate, which means the players use fate points in order to change their fate and make their lives easier, because I don't make their lives easier. But I don't give them many fate points, to be honest. I give them very few. So you can support them, and it's the support from London, which is where our players are headed right now. And you can use your channel points to support them, and I would like to shout out those who have done so. We have Origami Shuriken, and I'm going to just let you see right here on the map as they get their fate points. Origami Shuriken has donated 1, Vive la Resistance, and also Jer, who's one of our mods, has donated 1. And Rissa, who's our other mod, has donated 1. And, last but not least, William TW has also donated 1. And I don't know if you know this, but William TW is from France, and has been providing me with transcriptions of the episodes of season 2, like a recap summary, so that I can get them put up on our site, our website for the show, which I'm going to put live once this show ends, and I'll put a link in our Discord. So you should also join our Discord. We've got a couple of channels there for us. We've got a regular channel, and then also a spoilers channel, which is where everybody but the cast can look into it, because it's spoilers from the cast. They don't get to know these things, but that's all there, and we're going to have the website will be up, and you can sort of check it out, and Willem has been really wonderful and such a great supportive person. So that, I think, are all the ways you can support us. Yes, I think so. So without further ado, I would like to have each one of our players introduce themselves, and this is we're going to start the beginning of September of 1941. And this is, if you think about this moment in history, it's a pretty dark moment. Things are not looking good for the Allies at this moment in history. Um, Germany is just marching east, and they're just taking city after city after city in Russia. Their invasion in Russia is going really, really well, just like their invasion of the Western Europe went really, really well. And they have basically almost all of Europe, and they're just moving all the way into Russia. And it looks like there's nothing that can stop them. They took like France in like 6 days, you know? So here they're this massive war machine, and there looks to be nothing that can stop them. And at this moment, the UK stands alone against the Axis because the United States is not in the war. So the US is not in the war, and it's really unclear if they ever will get into the war. And the well, the Nazis are on the march, and they have started becoming very aggressive. And the hope looks bad, is what I would say. It doesn't look good, and there's a lot of people who are isolationists in the U.S. And I'm gonna your mid break radio is Charles Lindbergh, his speech saying that America first, United States should not get in the war. So it's a kind of a very tense moment at this space in history. And so I would like each person to introduce themselves, who they are, introduce with an asterisk the character you're playing. Cat, don't. Just tell us who you are. We'll talk about the character you're playing later, because it's a surprise. If you look at the overlay, you'll see that there's a little, bar blocking out the name of the character that she's playing, because that's classified information. Oh, what? Oh. uh, so just tell me who you're playing, who you are, who you're playing, and then if you could answer a question. And Kat, you'll probably have to be very, very creative in answering this question. So September 1941, things are looking dire. For those people who had been in Paris, the streets of Paris are aflame right now. I mean, they're not technically on fire, but people are shooting each other quite a lot. We're in the midst of a retaliatory situation where Nazis attacked sort of communist youth who were protesting, and then the communists were like, okay, sure, we'll shoot you then. And so then German soldiers are walking down the street, and then they get shot by communists, and then the Nazis round up people and start shooting them, and there's like a lot of people being shot right now, sort of randomly in Paris. It's pretty intense. And one thing that I would say is, just a few days before we open the curtain, a group of communists went and tried to assassinate a very, very sort of pro-Nazi Laval, he was like the prime minister, and he sort of was pushed out of the government. People want him back in, and he's very, very pro-Nazi, and he just got shot 4 or 5 times, and Pétain was there. So like there was this huge massive assassination attempt by communists that had paperwork given to them by Tango, forged paperwork. It's cool. And there was a huge attempted assassination of some very important people in Vichy France. And everybody knows that Pétain is all right, but Laval is in the hospital, and they don't know if he'll survive. It's unclear. So it's pretty intense at this moment. It's a pretty intense moment as we're going to start. So I would like you to ask yourself to answer this question, because I always like to ask a question. How is your character feeling at this moment when it seems so dark? And for those of you in the UK, London, there's been the Blitz. Large stretches of London are bombed. The buildings are sort of broken out. People have brought the children away from London proper out into the countryside because at any time, right, Nazi aircraft can come over and just sort of destroying things. And people are, going into the subway tunnels and having their tea there. It's a kind of a very tense space in London as well because of that. So overall, it's pretty... Oh, the United States, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Whole continent away. So please tell me who you are, who you're playing, unless you're Cat, and then tell me how your character is feeling about this moment in the war. And let us start with, I think we're going to start with Stiver. Stiver, who are you? Who are you playing? And how does your character feel about the war right now? One moment. Pause, 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 pause. Y'all, yeah, you cannot hear them right now. Give me a second.
Oh, no.
Now go. We're good.
Now, can you hear me, everybody? I'm not going to continue until you tell me. No,
They
okay.
should hear you.
Okay. So my name is James Stiver, and I wanted to say I'm really, really excited to come back for a third season with our wonderful trooper, and the cast who have grown to be some of my best friends out there. I mean, Chelsea was already one of my best friends out there, but after that, Trooper and Fox and everyone. So really happy to be back. Anyways, my name is James Stiver. You can find me all things social media at I am Stiver. And I am playing who am I playing these days? I am playing Tango, who's sort of this brash American kind of I would say secret agent meets kind of this James Bond kind of, not really James Bond. You know, he's more of Han Solo, I guess. He's you know, he's not always on the up and up. He's a bit of a con man, but right now he's trying to be a respectful con man. So that's his goal, is to go from con man to respectful con man. And I think it's an admirable goal to try for. And there we go. Oh, and how is he feeling right now? Okay. So when we last left, how many months has it been since we last left off?
Couple days.
It's only been a couple days?
Yes, because
okay,
we last
so we're starting off.
Yeah, when we last left off, Falstaff was like, you need to go to London, and the plane is leaving in like...
Well, when we
days.
Last left off, I think the last
really
thing...
jacked up physically. You've been shot real badly, and you're... Yeah.
So I'm jacked up. I been shot. I've been told I need to go back to London. Basically, like you're going back to London. Not that there's an option, like you're going back to London. But right before then, Sylvie told me she is pregnant with my child. So I think every imaginable emotion under the sun, but for the most part, it's get back. Get healthy, get back. I need to get back. I need to be there. I need to, make sure everything's good, make sure Sylvie's good, make sure the whole, like everything at this point, world changes, right? So, yeah. So that's what he's feeling. Get back at all costs. If you got to lie, cheat, steal, whatever you got to do, get the fuck back.
All right.
And start your family, yo.
Let's go to our next regular, Little Red Dot. Who are you? Who are you playing? And how is your character feeling about the state of the war at this moment?
I'm Dot. Y'all can find me online as Little Red Dot. You know what I do this all the time, everywhere. Mostly with Trooper now. I feel like all we do is play RPGs together. Which is not a complaint. It's a celebration, y'all. It's a celebration. I'm also excited to be back for season 3 of this here story we've been telling for a while. For quite a while. I don't even know. Regina carries a lot of guilt. If y'all didn't know, she has a lot of guilt. Not necessarily just for the things she's done, but she carries a lot of guilt for Germany and being German, I think, and feeling that she can't do anything to stop it. And I imagine right now, in the midst of finding out that Sylvie is having a baby, opening up her father's journal for the first time, really beginning to dive into the guilt that's about to come with having killed her father and the real history of what he was up to. Yeah, and then still the guilt of washing off all that blood from the floor of Bricktops. All those people that died, that Regina... The guilt, y'all. She's feeling real guilty. Regina's feeling guilty right now.
I would say that I'm sorry, but...
I know you're not. Just move on. I'm playing Regina. She's a guilty German.
Yeah.
She's about to be auntie guilty.
She's about to be auntie guilty.
Yeah. I'm just checking out my audio properties because at the moment I am, for some reason, so that's interesting. We'll just
No, we need Trooper in full stereo.
Yeah, I'm not in stereo at the
Might as well pack it up if it can't be in full stereo.
I think to fix that, Trooper, you have to restart OBS. I'm gonna be honest with you.
I don't.
That's a voice you want in both ears.
I feel like what I can probably do is cheat.
Cheat it.
I might be able to cheat to win. We'll see. We'll check it out. But we have,
Approved.
Yeah. I might be able to cheat by doubling up my mic and then doing a forced.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
So we have two guests. So just so you know, this episode we have two guests, and then next episode we also have two guests. We're doing the base of the time skip. We're gonna pick up episode 3. I don't know, in December, like December 7th, maybe, around then. Probably December 7th. And, but we're going to kind of find out what they're doing in these 2 months in between now and December 7th, and, which is just a regular day. It's cool. And, so the first of our guests is Pumpkinberry, who I have only the best of things to say. PB, who are you? And who are you playing? And what does your character feel about the state of the war right now?
Oh, that's such a good question. So, hi, I'm Pumpkinberry, or PB. I do a lot of things, including tabletop. I'm currently GMing a weird MK Ultra style horror show on Saturdays called the Cerebrum Project. So, if you want to check that out, you can by going over to Table Story. I am playing Ophelia, and I am. Ooh. I think I'd like to answer a little bit more specifically rather than just the world, the war at large.
Mm-hmm.
At this particular moment, Ophelia knows something is not what it seems, and she's extremely apprehensive.
Ooh.
And I don't think I should say anything more than that.
All right. By the way,
oh, yes. I'm in love with Regina.
I don't know what y'all are seeing at the moment, but
Who isn't?
I know.
Who isn't? My monitor just went a little exciting. Just give me a second for it to come back. I don't think that y'all can see anything at the moment. Give me 1 second. Hello, guy.
They can, as
Can
far
they?
as I can see. Yeah.
Oh, I can't imagine that. I can't imagine that they're seeing anything normal, because I can't see anything normal. Oh no, apparently they are. I'm doing a screen capture.
I was like, it looks normal to me on the stream. I opened it for you.
Oh, yeah,
but
no, that's okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not seeing anything, but that is fine. So thank you. Oh, and I've got to give you one more bit of a secret. I'll give you a secret in the text. Also, our fourth is going to be a little bit complicated for our fourth to answer this question. But Kat, could you tell us who you are, but not tell us who you're playing, but tell us how the person you're playing feels about the war right now? Would be
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's start with the easy stuff. My name is Kat, or at Cleric of Cord, which is where you can find me on Twitter and hanging out in various Discord servers. And I'm usually drinking and rolling dice with my friends, because that's the way I have fun now. Let's see. I can't tell you who I am. So how do I feel? How do they feel about the war at the moment? There's an anxiety.
Mm-hmm.
There is a there's almost a sense of things are just starting.
Mm-hmm.
That this is not going to, this is going to be a long haul.
Yeah.
And there's I have to be careful. There is an anticipation for what awaits on the other side of the war. So there's a sense of that it's going to be a long war, that there's going to be a lot.
Ooh,
and that but there's also like almost a feeling of hope coming at the end of that.
Mm-hmm. Well, all right. So, by the way, I cannot see you, but apparently you can still see me. So apparently screen
Yes.
capturing is happening, even though I don't see it, which is fine. We'll think about that in a moment. So let's begin. Also, I hope you like the new title sequences. But this also means I don't have access to
Yeah, like the
chat.
the roll 20 or anything.
Oh, I've got the roll 20 over there. So
Okay.
that's. Oh no, I've got everything except the Zoom. That's the one thing I
Okay.
don't have. I just don't have Zoom, but I might be able to. No, I can't move it either. It's fine. So let's begin in this moment. It is it's probably, we're getting very, on September 5th, it will be a new moon, pardon me, a full moon. And that's when flyers can come in. That's when planes can sort of make their way. Because in order to fly in, you need to not have lights because that's too dangerous. And so you need some kind of illumination. That will be the full moon. And that is when they can try to bring in planes to pick up agents or drop them off. Most of the time, they actually just take people through trains or cars or walking, even though that is exceedingly dangerous. But there are not that many planes. And at this point in time in the war, the SOE, the Special Operations Executive, which is the organization that sponsors this resistance cell, is young, and it is strapped for resources. I mean, they're getting quite a lot of resources from the government. The only problem is there are certain resources they need, specifically things like submarines and airplanes, and the other services don't want to give it to them because they do not like the SOE, because they think it is ungentlemanly to do sabotage and espionage in that sort of a way. And there's a lot of pushback and refusal to cooperate amongst the various services in the UK at this moment. And so it's very difficult for them to get people in and out. They do have at their service an American pilot named Jax, who is doing a lot of work for them. He has a history. He and Tango actually know each other. And considering Tango's line of work, then maybe you know something about Jax's previous line of work. But Jax is one of their main pilots. He is so central, however, that he's very busy, and he's shuttling people back and forth and back and forth. And so they're going to get another pilot coming in to pick them up on the 5th. But I'm going to ask each one of you, I suppose, this question to start off. We're about, let's say, let's just put it on the day, September the 5th, which is the day that you'll fly out in that evening. And I suppose I would ask, what things, Tango and Regina, would you have done to prepare yourself for this trip? At this moment, there's been that assassination attempt, and nobody knows whether or not this guy is alive or not. There's still a lot of... It's pretty heavy at this moment. And you're going to need a good airfield, and you know someone who has a good airfield. That's your communist
Trooper?
friends. Yes.
Did we know about the assassination attempts before it was made?
Mm-mm. They did not tell you. You could have pieced it together because you knew that
They
Patan
had
and those
asked for
folks
the
were...
papers.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
we're not like true allies where we actually talk back and forth and coordinate efforts and plans like that, right?
Not yet, at least.
Okay.
Not yet. So
You gave them the
I gave him forged
you gave
paperwork.
them forged paperwork, and you knew what they wanted. They wanted paperwork that made them look like they were volunteers of this unit, where Patan and Laval were going to be visiting, right? Because that was in the news that you knew there was going to be a big thing. So I believe there was a moment when Regina was like, I think I know what they might be doing, but it's none of my business. I remember
None
that.
of my business. That's what I thought
Yeah, remember
the deal was. Okay.
Yeah.
Regina will do normal Regina things. She'll pack a single bag of camera supplies, or at least film. She probably won't be able to. Well, she might be able to develop them over there, but she won't take anything, obviously. She'll hide the radio, and she'd probably make contact with the other radio ops to let them know that they're going to have to take over.
You just do that through Falstaff.
Through Falstaff. So I just touched base with Falstaff before going.
And I imagine you're going to take the Gestapo files.
Gestapo files. I was trying to think if we had any other files. I already sent the photographs. she'd pack her. You probably
You sent
see
them
her.
with Jules, right?
Jules, yeah.
Which means they have not arrived yet.
Oh, really?
Because it takes about 2 months.
Fun.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The basics type things.
Mm-hmm.
I would probably establish new protocol for entering and exiting the bunker.
Mm-hmm.
Especially with Oscar and Hannah.
Mm-hmm.
Because Luke's coming with us, right?
You should probably tell him.
I do that.
Sorry.
Yeah, I do that as well.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I let Luke know that he's coming with us.
Okay.
And Duck know that he's taking the boat.
He's not taking the boat.
Duck is taking the boat.
So you have a young man, Luke, who is he's a fellow. He sort of works at the bar. He's had a bit of a hard time, and he is going to go to London apparently to get training. That he's gonna have to figure out a way to not deal with his.
I'll talk to his mother.
And I think probably at this point in time, actually, he was forced to be in basically the French version of the Hitler Youth, so that he could have a good reputation for when he testified against the people who killed the former chief of police, which he has done. And now that he has testified, he has stopped being in the French basically after the big protest where he had to beat up some of his friends he was in a not a good space. But after the trial, he has left he's left. And this gives him a bit of space to go to to London with you all. And what about you, Tango? What are you doing in the couple days lead up before?
Yeah, I think Tango's gonna pack a very special bag. It's his. He knows he's traveling around. He doesn't know what's gonna happen, so he has like a very special bag that's full of kind of like a go bag. You know what I mean? Like it has special secret pockets in it with fake passports and that kind of thing. It's gonna be he's gonna travel real light. Even though what he wants to do is take like 3 suitcases of all kinds of different clothing for different weather, anything like that. Like that's what he wants, but he doesn't. At this point, he understands what's going on. He knows the drill. So if he has to just leave and show back up in Paris, like he's gonna do it, and you got to travel light to do that kind of thing. But he's also going to talk to Sigmund, his frenemy. He's going to make it a point, and he's actually going to give Sigmund like money and a little bit of control over the organization, all that stuff. And and he's like still bandaged up, and it's obvious like he had to like call on a phone. He had to like drag himself out. He had to make sure everybody around him was cool with him, just like no, I'm just going to go out and have a cigarette. But really he's going out and he's talking to Sigmund. And he's going to ask that Sigmund, with all this, he needs to watch over his friends. And he's actually going to, whereas he's kept Sigmund at an arm's length as a frenemy's arm's length, he's actually going to let Sigmund in on the big secret. He's going to tell Sigmund that Sylvie is pregnant and that if anything happens to Sylvie, something will happen to Sigmund.
Like I will harm you, and it will be bad for you.
Yes.
Oh,
and Sigmund knows how our friendship works. So, and he also knows my history.
Now, I suppose the question I want to ask is, how are you going to get access to this? How are you going to convince the communists to let you have access to their airstrip?
Well, that's, I want to say easy.
I have a thought.
Yeah.
All right, I imagine Regina would come to Tango. Now, Tango's still seriously injured.
Yeah, I mean, he's up and moving, but he shouldn't be. It's
also
really...
probably a little delirious because he's probably shot up full on of drugs, and he's lost a lot of blood, and he hasn't had good hospitalization, anything like that.
Hannah's been doing her best, but you should be in a hospital.
Yeah. So he's probably real loopy and not acting
can
great.
Regina would ask Mother Courage and Elodie.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is gonna break so many of my rules. Breaking rules for you, Tango.
It's okay. I broke a
Regina,
lot of things for
yeah.
you, so it's fine.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Like all
It's
my
true.
ribs.
Oh my
Yeah.
God. Yeah, it's okay. Regina would. I imagine we'd have you set up at the bunker, not especially now that the baby's on the way. Would not have you at the bar.
Just so we're
Mhm.
clear, the super secret, not at all secret bunker.
Yes.
Right. Yeah.
Right,
The
okay.
one
Yeah.
that's clearly
Yes.
just not even secret
The
anymore.
worst
got
kept
it.
secret in all of
So
Paris
let me
is our
make it
fucking
more
bunker.
secretive.
Yeah.
I ask Mother Courage and Elodie for a glass of wine
Oh.
because that is how. Isn't that how she? Great.
Mm-hmm.
That's how
And-
she talked to me about it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm actually gonna bring some really nice soup with me.
Regina does not bring soup, but if Tango wants
Yeah,
some soup.
but Tango is thinking of this like the next best thing to his mother. So he's gonna bring some soup. He's gonna bring a card, and the card's gonna say, like, thank you for helping with everything, that kind of thing.
Perfect. And Regina will. Oh yes.
So if
Will
you're
they accept?
Yeah,
I guess.
sorry.
if
go
you're going
on.
to go and meet them, I'm going to just make sure our audience.
Well, I'm
can
inviting
see
them over
they
because
look
I
like.
imagine Tango can't actually go anywhere.
I mean, he can move, but he shouldn't. That's the thing. He's been
That's
stubbornly
why I
moving.
think that's why Regina's
Oh,
asking
so-
him over.
Okay, so how about this? What if, if they come over, that's one thing. If not, I'm handing the soup and the card to Regina, and she's probably gonna throw away the card, and she's probably gonna throw away the
You
soup.
know,
I don't
mean,
know.
she's.
I'll take them willingly. Okay, so I'm just gonna go make this happen. Is the okay?
Yeah. I will just let you know, just chat. Tango was shot in the chest. Where there are a lot of things that.
Where vital organs exist.
A lot of vital organs by a friend. It was just a lot of. There's just a lot of people got shot. He was being very heroic. He was able to. He was stopping some villains from getting away, but in the process, he basically almost died. And it was only
Right, okay.
Yeah, it was only because they have a nurse. They have a doctor who's on the scene, was able to stop him from dying. But he's basically at death's door. Like he's the Walking Dead, but not in a zombie way, but more in a drugged up. It's kind of sad.
Yeah, I'm not thinking great. I'm not.
And he should not be moving, but he has been stubborn and has been moving. But
Like everyone's getting really weird gifts and 2:00 in the morning calls, and they are just real weird,
yeah,
Okay, so I guess I'm gonna go visit the communists. That's probably way better. Regina will, if it means delivering soup or inviting them to the bunker, Regina will gladly deliver soup.
so let me show our audience what they look like, and for our players, they can also see what they look like. So our communists, they work in there's like a tailor shop called the Red Tailors. And it is a small sort of it's like a nice sort of tailor shop that looks sort of narrow, but actually is much longer in the back. And when you walk into this place, it's got like a little counter in the front, and there's like a curtain that sort of stops the front from the back. It sort of blocks you off because in the back is where all of the dry cleaning work happens, and all of the they've got industrial machines. It's also like a laundry. So they've got like all these industrial machines about that in the back, and they've got all this sort of like racks and racks of clothes, and they've got a couple of sewing tables. So there's a lot of noise happening in the back at all times, all the sounds of, of a busy laundry tailor shop, dry cleaning shop. But if you go back there, and in the very, very back, there's like the office of the woman who runs the shop. But they also have some secret hidden basements with other things in them. And a lot of people who work at this tailor shop are awfully burly. For no reason, and awfully burly. And when Regina arrives, of course they are expecting you. And the young woman you've met before, who your understanding has some kind of relationship with Tango or something, smiles to see you, and she says, "You are welcome. You are expected. Come with me." And she leads you into the back, past a number of people. It's a pretty well stocked laundry. Three her three sons are there who are probably not tailors, and
Yeah. Okay.
Exceptionally burly.
exceptionally burly.
Exceptionally burly. Got it. Okay.
They're
Exceptionally burly people can also be tailors, by the way.
gonna
Let's
say-
not throw
They're very
throw
clearly
this
good
around.
at more than sewing things with their hands.
One person joins the gym, the other ones get the idea. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah,
Like,
That,
That's
I mean,
true.
that weighs a
Happened-
lot. Moving all of that
It's true.
cloth,
that
bolts of
laundry, yeah.
bolts of cloth are heavy.
That
Yeah.
is true.
Yeah.
That
Happened
is
to me and
true.
me. One guy went to CrossFit, and I said, "No, I'm going to work out with actual weights, you weirdo."
And she brings you, and of course there are a couple of women there as well. One of which you know to be Elodie, who's
Okay.
the daughter. And like there's another woman there that you've seen before. Like there's usually see about 5 to 7 people visible on the floor, plus one in the front. And she brings
Okay.
you to the back office, Mother Courage's office, and she leads you in and shuts the door behind her. And of course, once you're in this office, it's so loud out there, and also the sight lines are so bad because there's just so many racks of clothes everywhere. No one could really, if they walked in, would be able to see you in there or hear anything that you're saying. And when you step in, she smiles at you and she goes, "Well," and she's a woman. She's probably in her 50s. In her 50s, I'd say. She looks like she's had a hard life. She clearly has worked all her life, and her hair's up, although a couple strands fall. Little bit of gray coming in, and she's dressed plainly, nothing particularly fancy. And when you come in, she stands, and she comes up to you, and she immediately gives you the baiser, the kiss on each cheek.
Right. Yeah.
And she smiles. She goes, "Please, have a seat. It is good to see you. I'm glad that you came. We had things to report to you and to share information back and forth. Please, how are you? Would you like
No. Regina sits. Business. She's here for business. Regina slides a thermos and a card from a kinder heart than mine.
how is he?
Well, he looks like a piece of Swiss cheese.
When we saw him at the Louvre, he looked like he probably should not have been there, but it was good to see him. And she goes and she has a thermos as well. She says, "This is my goulash. You should take this to him."
Regina thinks to herself, I love being a delivery boy. Thoroughly trained assassin, delivering soup between two humans. I have, in fact, come for... Regina stops and looks around. Is Elodie around?
Elodie's out in the space where all of the laundry machines are, the washing machines and the sewing machines.
Well, I came to ask to use your airstrip again. I was hoping maybe you wouldn't mind. And I was hoping to speak to Elodie.
We have a small hitch we should discuss. But first, I want to say thank you for letting us know the location of those warehouses. We have liberated them, the Germans, of the food that they took from us, and we are distributing it out. It is doing well. It is something very good that you have done, and thank you. It is a mark of our partnership.
Yes, I had a feeling you could do much more with it than we could.
There is something that is difficult to speak about, and I think we should definitely speak about it before you speak to Elodie. As you know, or I assume you know, you should know, some of our people, those who hold the airstrip, have been executed for the murder of the former chief of police.
I'm sorry to hear this.
Is because they did not do it, of course. And so, how do you prove someone did something they did not do? You have witnesses.
Should I be inferring something, Regina? Should Regina be inferring? I mean, because Regina knows that they kind of died for that. She knows that, but she doesn't feel bad about it.
But she also knows that Luke was the one who testified that he saw them.
Right. I will be honest. In our quick interactions of the past, you have always been forward. You should be now.
It was one of the people from your group who testified.
Yes, the boy.
Yes.
Well.
I would like to understand this. We have 5 of our people were executed on your word. And this is very, very upsetting.
If you expect me to deny it, I will not.
So?
I am sorry for your loss. And for the fact that it is potentially on our hands.
I would like an explanation of why your group would put ours to death.
The boy is untrained. And he has been himself working undercover for us. Information. He has been very brave. And I know in the end, it meant he had to make a sacrifice. But if it means anything, I assured that not all your men died in that lineup.
It is so. We had 7 men who were rounded up that day in that group, and some were released and not identified by him. Some were. Those who were set free said that also your Sylvie was there with him, helping. No. It was you who was there.
Like I said, it could have been all your men. You've made some heavy hits in the last few weeks. You've drawn a lot of attention to yourself.
Yes, but this was not a crime we did.
I understand. Well, the fact of the matter is we are answering for the crimes of many, on many different fronts. Tango and I have to leave Paris for a period of time. This is why I need access to the airfield. Luke will be coming with us.
I'm going to need a rapport from you.
Why? That's the truth.
Yeah.
That's the actual truth.
But that's why you need rapport. Otherwise, it would be deceit. But you're not lying.
I am not. I don't even think I have anything to roll for that. Oh, yeah, I do. I lie. Okay. I mean, I'm being kind of blunt.
You are. The question is, will that read well? Is the question. You know. What do you got here? You're down by 3.
I'm not spending any fate points for this. Regina is being honest and forward with her.
The question is whether or not you're convincing.
Regina doesn't care.
Okay.
Look, Regina will get out of this country one way or the other. She's just asking for help. The woman wanted to be in a partnership, and here Regina is.
Yeah.
That's how Regina feels about it.
You also, identified, her people and got them executed, which is sketch.
As Regina said, they could have all died.
That's what the rapport was for.
She saved as many as she could.
It's a rough friendship they're having right now, okay? Eventually it'll smooth over, but people have died because of this. It's...
People have died on both ends. Regina doesn't agree with how she does war, so... And we can't be in a partnership with them. Regina knows that.
Well, your Tango said to me that you are not working with the Nazis, with our enemies, that this was a ruse, that you are double agents. But how do I know this is true? That you actually are... Because it seems to me that you are doing their work.
Whose work?
The work of the Germans, killing resistors.
If I told you about our work, it wouldn't be the kind of work that we do. You know that. We don't blow up buildings and make massive assassination attempts.
Oh.
We hide in the shadows, and we strike when the timing is right.
Do not tell me that you do not do assassination attempts, because I know that you do.
Like I said, we wait until the timing is right. I'm asking for your help. If it is not something you feel you can offer, I understand.
I need another rapport from you. Mm-hmm. You have, betrayed us. We have lost many for you to help you when the French Gestapo was coming to your club. We have worked very hard for you because I thought we were both
this.
in the same, that we had similar loyalties, that we believed that one should not betray or...
May I ask you a question?
Of course.
Had it been the other way around, your agent, their ass on the line, undercover, young, and they knew that they could get so much more by just turning in a bunch of names. Say they were my people's names. 7 of them stood in a room. We turned in 2. How many did we turn?
3.
3. We turned in 3.
Let me ask
Would you have done it? Would you have done it?
Let me ask you this. You said you could do so much more good work. What good work did you do? What good work did my people die for?
For whatever reason, I believe you think that this war is... This war is not over.
No?
It is just getting started. And to think that one simple action is going to have immediate effect, you and I both know is naive.
So, there was no
Luke.
result from the death. This good work you did was hopes?
Regina stands. I appreciate your time. But I need to get out of this country. I'm sorry about your men. You are not the only person who has lost people. We are all fighting one enemy. And whether or not you want to accept that and continue to pose us as your enemy, that is on your head.
She stands up.
I am here offering, trying to make a partnership, as you so put it, against everything that I am being told. Against a man who is sitting with bullet holes in his chest that I'm trying desperately to get out of this country so that he can be healed, so that we can come back better agents and do better next time.
She leans into you and she says, "You speak as if I am making you the enemy, but I have never killed your people. And I've always been upfront about what I am doing, and you have not yet answered the question that I have asked, which is, why? what was gained for the death of my people. You act as if somehow I have offended you. Do you know that some of the people you killed were very close with Elodie, and you in this office right now, I'm keeping you safe. She's not very happy with you. I want to know what this was for.
It was for that boy. My boy. My agent. Somebody I cared about. Which, I'm gonna assume you know doesn't happen very often. I'm leaving. Thank you for your time.
One more rapport. It's your third.
I have something to offer Elodie, if she's willing to listen.
I'm going to spend a fate point to make that one a 3.
I don't want to spend a fate point for this.
Mm-hmm.
Look, Regina will walk to the UK if she has to. She doesn't need Mother Courage. She doesn't need her.
Would you like to succeed at a major cost?
To her? No.
Okay.
You'll just put Tango on the back of a pickup truck if you have to. I get it.
She says,
I hate her so much.
I have asked you many times to explain what you've done, and you refuse. You act as if I'm the aggressor, but yet you stand here. But I think I see your character. Your character seems to be very clear. For your own, you would send us to death. I tell you this, I would not have done that for you. I would not have killed your people to save my own.
But you would have let your man die instead.
Yes.
Then maybe you are of better character than I. But I hold what little I have very close and very dear. You have so much, Mother Courage. A big family, a massive operation. These are things that I do not have. So what fits in my pocket is all I get to carry. So yes, I would give up your men any day for mine.
I see. Well, I am sad for you.
Well, it is a good thing I did not get up this morning. Worried about what you thought. I would like to speak to Elodie, please.
Be careful. She is upset.
Strong.
She is. I will let you know this. You can walk out of here safe. Because I do have honor. Tell Tango that I will miss him. And please know this. All of your secrets will remain safe. Because I do not betray my allies, even if those allies, as you say. Please.
Thank you. I can promise you that when they debrief us in London, I will have only positive things to say about you and your men.
I will, I have kept this information about you and your group away from the rest. My daughter knows, of course, but no one else. And I will not tell them. That would only cause trouble. And I do understand that you did this because you care for that boy. And I assume you want to know advice from me. So I will give you advice that you once gave to me. You said to me that I was vulnerable because I had family that I cared about. Well, And I say this is no threat at all. But I say this because you have made choices out of love, which I, as a mother, understand. But I worry how those choices will serve you, not with us, but out there.
Well, we both know that a mother would do anything for her children, right?
Yes.
Including bearing the burden of their mistakes.
Yes. Well, you are protected from me, from my group, but we will no longer be working together. I'm sure you understand. I can only work with people I can trust. To not... Well, I prefer to work with people who actually want an allyship, and that does not usually involve... Well, Elodie's out front. I'm sorry.
Me too. If you decide you do want to work with us, you know where to find me.
If you decide you want to, at some point in time, explain yourself, actually...
Honestly, Mother Courage, I don't believe there would be anything that I could say, no explanation that I could give that would satisfy you.
It's not true.
Then what is it you want me to say?
I want to know what? Was it just this one life of this boy?
Remind me, Trooper. I mean, the fact of the matter was, we were covering up for Calvé. The whole thing, right, was about covering up for Calvé's death and the issue between Colette and Calvé, which Regina can't give that information up.
Well, it's a bunch of things, right? It was that you killed the chief, not you personally, but that Oscar killed the chief of police, and that then caused a lot of basically they're gonna find who did it, right? And so that ended up helping keep Oscar safe, right? So you pinned it on the communists instead, so that Oscar wouldn't get got.
Right. So, but then Luke stepped up and said, "No, I know who did it."
Right, because he didn't want to give up Oscar or you all.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, then Regina has said her piece. I mean, she can't tell them about Calvé. She can't tell them about Oscar.
Yep.
And there's literally nothing she can do about that. Mother Courage will just have to accept it as what it is.
And she nods. And she opens the door for you.
I step out.
And when you step out, you've got the sort of the burly sons who look at you in the kind of general distrustful way, but not particularly because they clearly don't seem to know anything. But they sort of, one of them nods to you and smiles as you walk out. And he's like, "Oh, it was a good job at the Louvre." You know, and he kind of smiles. He's clearly not keyed in on what happened.
Regina smiles back. We really did appreciate the help. Thank you.
And he goes, and he just smiles as if like talking to a comrade, right? As if everything is fine. And Elodie is sitting by one of the sewing machines, and she's watching, and she is less excited to see you.
Yes. I kind of give him whatever goodbye gesture is normal, nod of the head or whatever, and kind of walk over to Elodie. There's another bench, I'm guessing? May I?
If you must.
I am heading to London. I will be seeing Jax. I thought, since it was such a long trip and a dangerous one, that I might carry something to him for you.
What will be the cost? What do I owe you?
Well, considering the fact that I owe you, I thought maybe this would be a fair trade.
Rapport? See how she's feeling about you? And I'll also note you have 5 group fate points.
I really meant it, though.
Right. That's why you use rapport.
I really meant it. This is why Regina doesn't mean anything ever. She's better at lying than being real with people.
Yep.
Well, again, she's doing this out of a kindness of her
Being
heart. I am
truthful
not
is
spending
awkward
fate
for
points
her,
on
isn't
these
it?
people. I'm just not. She's not going to do it. She's not. She's coming here out of the kindness of her heart. She's offering, and if Elodie doesn't want it, she can't force her.
It's true, but you're coming off abrasively, right? Like that's the problem.
I meant it nicely. I just said I was trying to make amends.
I know. That's what you meant.
But
Well,
you should have brought a sandwich.
I
Really.
brought soup and a card.
Yeah.
She looks at you. Do you want to succeed at a major cost?
I guess.
You don't have to. You can take the fail.
I don't really need Elodie as a friend. I'm just trying to be nice.
I know. I'm just asking.
I say don't. This is not the scene you wanted. I mean, I think this is the scene that is
Option, but
happening, and I think that
it just is. If they Regina she's trying to be
know.
nice this season,
I
and
know.
everybody
Don't-
is just
don't let me
not
sway you, though.
interested.
I wonder why.
I don't know.
I know,
No
I can't
offense, but-
possibly imagine.
I can't imagine.
I can't possibly imagine nobody wants
is it because
though.
she's still covered in blood and toting a gun everywhere, saying
I
I'm
said-
being nice now?
She's trying to write for some guilt,
Yeah,
and
I know.
it is what it is.
She does not know how to make amends, is what I'm going to say. That's what I think. And
Thought coming clean would
Yeah.
do it. Well,
Elodie looks at you and she says, any letter that I gave you, that you delivered to Jax, would be covered in your blood. In the blood of... Well, you should go.
of course. And Regina gets up and walks out.
And it is like a weird vibe in that shop as they are mourning, and most people in that group don't even know what happened. But some people do. What do? You and Tango have a problem, and that is you need an airstrip. A safe and secure airstrip.
I have friends. I can just
Drink this.
figure
soup.
it out.
I
I'm gonna
hand
figure
him
it out.
Mother Courage. Just drink that.
Ooh, so how is Mother Courage doing?
I would say they are in mourning.
Okay, all right. Are they really mad at us?
Yes.
Yeah, I figured they would be. We're not welcome over there, are we?
No.
Even me?
They send their well wishes.
Oh, that's it. Just well wishes. That stings.
That's more than I got.
Well, yeah, I know. Look, I can make some phone calls. Sigmund can probably get us out of here.
Look,
so why don't I just
Oh,
figure it out with Sigmund? And
I
we could
was
probably
thinking
get out of here.
that
Yeah.
Hannah's parents have a farm
Oh. Okay.
on the outskirts of town.
It's actually quite far away. You'll have to leave early.
Quite far away,
Yeah.
if I remember correctly. Just a thought.
Okay.
If you feel like Sigmund won't screw us over and leave us for dead in a field, which seems to be more his vibe than, say, coming through in a pinch.
I understand how Sigmund comes off. There's a long history between me and Sigmund. On top of that, we're business partners. It's no good to off your business partner unless you want the full end. Well, my part of the end, Sigmund couldn't possibly do. And he wouldn't want to do without me. And it wouldn't look good for the business we're trying to make happen. Words. I'm really high right now on a lot of things, so
It's
I
okay.
don't know.
Drink
but-
this soup.
Yep.
Maybe maybe asking him.
Mama Courage. I'm gonna miss Mama Courage. You know, I'm gonna
aren't we?
really miss Mama Courage.
Oh, Hannah
Mostly her suit
has parents and a farm.
and her wisdom. Okay.
Hannah has parents and a farm.
Okay.
Tango.
So we're,
We're gonna need a truck out of town because Tango can't ride a bicycle.
I will say this. I'm going to imagine that Oscar is going to take you down there and use his, as he escorted Jules out of town using his Gestapo medallion to get you out safely. You're going to have to radio, and there's going to be a bit of logistics to get you down there as you're sort of moving your way there. But you can use her farm.
do you want me to talk to Sigmund first and see if maybe there's just an easy way to get this done? Perhaps some kind of palms we can grease or what have you and just make it easier. Or do you want to go the farm route? I'm good with farms. I love animals. It's great. Like, I hope there's a nice
Why
fluffy
don't we allow
sheep.
Oscar to take us out of town? That way, we don't have to grease anyone's palms.
Okay, but what about the sheep? Is there a
You
sheep?
can touch one when you get there.
Is it one sheep and multiple
As
sheep?
many as you can start counting, right?
No, I'm just
Start
wondering
counting
what you
them.
call
One.
multiple sheeps. Is it like a flock of sheep?
It's a herd. I'm going
a
to
murder
herd.
of sheeps?
It is not a murder. Murders are winged
Sheepsies?
creatures.
Okay, I'm going to land on
I'm
sheepsies.
just gonna pat Tango and finish packing and
Hey.
find Luke.
Hey,
What? Yes.
do you think
yes.
I'm going to be a good dad? I'm real worried. I'm a real bad person all the time. And I
How
just...
doesn't that make two of us, Tango? I
You're
think
gonna be like an aunt, a weird assassin aunt that's super cool that most kids would want. And does that make you feel weird? I shouldn't put you on a spot like that. Like, I know you're just you're a friend, and but I feel like you're part of the family.
Tango, I think
Yeah.
that you're going to make a splendid father
Okay.
after we patch you up
All right.
and when you find some
'Cause-
purpose.
And parts of me are falling out.
Right.
I don't
So
mean that metaphorically. I'm pretty sure I coughed up something that was supposed to stay inside.
Hannah
And-
said this was probably the case. So why don't you take it easy
Yeah.
and you get some rest? Because
gonna
if you
keep me
don't,
there.
then you're not ever going to get to be a father.
They're gonna try to keep me in London. You know that, right?
Over my dead body. Everybody is going and everybody is coming home.
I want you to know, and you know this about me, I will find my way back to Paris if need be. So do not put yourself in harm's way. I will figure it out. Okay?
It is a little late for that now, isn't it, Tango?
Well,
We are going and coming from London together as a team.
you know what? I feel like you're easier to deal with when you weren't my best friend. I don't mean that. That's the drug stalking. I love you more that you're my best friend now. I hope you know that.
If only everyone felt this way. I need to talk to Luke. He's going to be coming with us.
Oh, look at Luke. I love
Precisely.
Luke. Luke is great. He does all the Luke things.
And you will spend the next couple of days getting yourself ready to head out to the farm and setting up those logistics. And while that is happening, I'm going to ask two questions. Doris, you are in London. You were over there, Baker Street, in this bustling, it's a bit of a kind of a mansion that has been repurposed as offices. You have, there's a building that you go to, which is full of radios. There's a space. It used to be the people who did the Bletchley Circle folks who were doing all that sort of coding. You were in the same building for a while, but you finally got your own space with some of the reorganization. And it's a huge bay of just like all of this Morse code everywhere. And you've got sort of people coming in and out, and it's very, very busy. There's just a lot of information coming in and out, and lots of gossip that you've heard here and there. Lots of talk around town, a lot of pressure, not on you, but everybody's very tense. Arguments here and there with the powers that be over funding and purpose, and whether or not the SOE is effective at all, whether or not they're trustworthy, whether or not they're a waste of time, a waste of space. Not conversations being had with you, but conversations being had sometimes when you walk by. A number of people are very angry right now about what is going on in France and Paris specifically. They're angry about the violence. And most of these people are not in the SOE, but they have a lot of power and they come in and there's a lot of pressure. You see Minister of Parliament, you see people coming in and out, a lot of high-ranking people, also people from the War Office, from the Foreign Office, MI6. You've got people from all sorts of competing organizations sort of coming in and out, throwing their weight around, angry about everything. And amidst all of this pressure, you just soldier on and keep doing your work. But they do keep asking you here and then about just... They ask you about Regina. They ask you, what's your take on her? Do you think she's reliable? They ask you about everybody in that group quite a lot, actually, to just give your assessment of them. And this has happened multiple times. And sometimes the people who ask you this are not alone when they ask. The last time you were asked about Regina, your boss, Maurice Buckmaster, who's in charge of all the agents in France, or that section, that department, was with a woman in a military uniform, not yours. You're in the ATS, which is basically the army. She was clearly with the Air Force, the Women's Air Force. And it's just a lot of like questions about that and just sort of like just checking in with you often. At this moment, I would say the last thing that you know is that you got word that you got a new location drop of where the planes were about to go in a different location, sort of outside of Lyon. It's in not in occupied France, but in Vichy, France, which is a bit far away, kind of dangerous to travel that way. But there's a bit of a switch. But you know that she is coming, and she's bringing Tango and also a young man, Luke. You know him from your reports. So I suppose I'd ask you, what are you doing to prepare for their arrival, knowing that you have got a lot of tension? And I would say this: you noticed something. Give me an awareness roll, is what
I
I'd
was
like for
just
you.
going to ask you if I could do a roll during these discussions where they're asking me questions. Okay.
What skill would you like to use? We're going to call this a discover action, where if you're successful, you can ask me a question. If you succeed with style, you can ask me two. But the kind of question you can ask is dependent on the skill you use.
Okay. Here's what I suspect. And I can't tell if it's just because I don't want anything bad to happen to her because I love her. But they're asking about her more than they're asking about other people. And they're asking in a way that seems like they might try to pin something on her or use her as a scapegoat of some kind. So I would like to be answering their questions, but like completely aware that that's probably what's happening. So going out of my way to make sure nothing is painting her in any sort of ambiguity or anything like that. And I want to see if I can try to pick up on that, like if that is what they are trying to do.
So for that kind of a question, you could use empathy. You could use tradecraft.
Okay.
You could use... Those both would get you... Like, tradecraft will get you something kind of like spy politics.
Okay.
I would say empathy would help you with that as well, just to figure out what their motivations are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's do tradecraft then. Any of the input, the rating or anything like that? Just straight zero?
Yep. Just straight through. Let me see what you get. Let's see what you have. Ooh. All right. Let me see what I got. You have succeeded by 2. If you spend a fate point, you can increase that by 2, letting you succeed with style, and you can get 2 questions, or a question and a boost for later,
However, using a fate point means I'm using the group's fate.
or your own, because you have.
Or my okay, I can use my own. I just don't want to use the groups. Okay, yeah, sure, I will do that.
And so that is grand. What aspect are you using to invoke that fate point?
Um, Head over heels in love.
Yep, that does it. You may ask me a question. What is your question that you would like to ask?
So is it 2 questions or just 1?
You have a choice, either
Okay.
1 question and a boost, which you can use later to give you a bonus, or 2 questions. You can.
I will do 1 question and a boost.
Okay.
Are they looking to throw her under the bus?
The answer to that, as you watch, at first you thought maybe, you thought perhaps, but then it's the sort of questions strike you as a little bit odd. Like they don't ask you, like, at first it's like, does she seem stable? And you're like, oh, right? But then they start asking you things like, well, have you seen her? You were there. Have you seen her in person? You were not supposed to go, but you went. But you got files. That was fine. So you saw her in person. What does she look like? Does she look pretty?
Does she look pretty?
Mm-hmm.
That's strange.
Mm-hmm. And they ask you, like, well, yes, does she look pretty? Is her accent very thick? What kind of sense do you get about her? And as they keep asking, and as they keep getting other people, and I think it's that moment when the woman is there, who doesn't ask any questions, but is just standing as these questions are asked. And you're thinking, this woman, I think she's the head of the Women's Auxiliary Air Force. I think she's like the chief, like the top of the Women's Auxiliary Air Force. Why is she here asking?
Yeah.
And it seems to you that they are not trying to throw her under the bus. They're trying to figure out if she will be a good poster girl.
Yeah. Okay.
Is your sense.
Okay. She'll hate that, but okay. All right. That's better than what I was thinking. So I'm feeling very relieved right now.
But
okay.
Those are not questions that you ask. It seems like they have some kind of investment in her. And there's probably a reason why they've invited her to come here, and it is probably not because they want to throw her under the bus.
Okay.
But that probably does not bode well for Tango, who is the SOE person for that team, and who they are not asking a lot of questions about.
Oh, no.
Just gonna throw that out there.
Oh, no. I understand.
So, do you want to do anything before?
Yes.
Yeah.
I would like to, as discreetly as possible, I want to get all of the information that is available on Tango and what he has done for the group and the sacrifices that he has made. And I'm going to study up on everything. I'm going to make sure that it's ready and available and make sure the best stuff is up front.
Okay. So first off, you're going to get a boost. And that boost I'm going to give you is in on politics.
Okay.
So you're going to be able to get a cash in a +2 when you want, because you've got a sort of insight into the politics here.
Okay.
And, that's... and I would like let's say, an investigation or tradecraft from you.
I will do tradecraft.
Mm-hmm. Give it to me. That will get you more less public things, as it were.
Okay.
What do you have here for me? What do you get? What'd you get? A 4.
4.
Ooh, that's very good. You start doing some research, and you're compiling. It's pretty normal, pretty standard. You're getting all the work in, and you're like, oh, I can really bring out some of the things he did, sort of destroy that base of the gas. Like there's like you're compiling a lot of things. It seems pretty good for you, right? But then as you're searching, because you're using tradecraft rather than investigation, which means you're kind of going through slightly secret channels, and something strikes you as a little bit odd as you're looking through your paperwork. Someone else has been studying up on Tango. And somebody you don't know? You know everybody in your office. You know all the people who work here. You know them all. And you know everybody in your organization. You're kind of up on things. But there are some very recently some inquiries into his behavior. And as you dig, because you rolled a 4, so that's great.
Yeah.
If you just go a little bit further afield, you notice that they start looking up other things, like requests for his criminal records, his British criminal records.
Okay.
But it's not being done by that was also being done by people in this office, but somebody outside of the office is also doing work. And that's strange to you. There is a phone number that you find that's attached. Like there's a little note, right, that has like a thing like give follow up, right, to WD, and like a phone number.
WD, okay.
So someone's investigating him in your records, who's not in your organization.
That's terrifying. Is it a reasonable assumption to think it might also be the Air Force woman?
No,
it's something other than that. Okay.
And there might be a question as to who that is and why are they getting access to your secret files?
Yeah.
It's got to be somebody important.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is super ballsy. If what I suspect is happening is actually happening, which is that they are going to reprimand Tango when he gets here and maybe remove him or strip him or anything like that, do I know who would be on this welcoming committee or this tribunal?
Yes. Well, you know who should be there.
Okay.
Who should be there is Morris Buckmaster, who's in charge of the French section. Most likely Vera Atkins would also be there. She is his second in command, and she is really one of the people who takes the most care of the agents. Both of those two themselves are very serious, and probably then the head of the SOE. Just those three should be. It should only be those three people. If there are people other than those three, that would be very strange.
Okay, so I have a couple of days, right, before they get here. I'm just going to be very honest. I would be low sleep, high caffeine as I am looking through Morris and everybody else's history and their criminal records so that I can have something to go to bat for Tango. And I'd also like to look at maybe some of our top agents that we've ever had and their criminal records, just so that I can say, I'd like to go to bat for him and defend him as best I can, and I want to be prepared. So that's what I'll be doing.
I assume you're going to be using tradecraft because you're not going through official means.
That is correct.
Yeah, I imagine that is the case. And I'm going to call this trying to create an advantage.
Yeah.
Yeah, give it to me.
Okay.
Let me see what you got. Ooh,
3.
All right. That you just get one advantage with only one free invoke on it.
Okay.
But I will tell you.
I don't know what some of this means, but I assume that you will tell me when I need to
it's
or
like
can
a
use
free
it.
fate point is what it is.
Got it. Okay.
It's like a free fate point. But it also means that this is true, which means you, Doris, you have seen all the records, as we're going to call this one. So anytime we're having seen all the records may help you, you can sort of point to that.
So like if they mention some sort of, I can speak up and be like, actually it was this.
Yes,
and
exactly.
he was only incarcerated for, got it.
Exactly. One thing that you have noticed as you're doing your
studied the shit out of you, Tango. Okay, I'm ready.
As you've done your research,
It's actually really interesting. I think it's a fun. It's like if you really like murder documentaries, you're gonna love Tango's background. If you like mafia documentaries, you're gonna love his background. Heist documentaries.
Yeah.
Here's a random question for you.
Ask that question.
So do I would I be, you think, afraid of you reading your history? Because I don't know too much about your history, but if I look up stuff, or do you think you're intimidating on paper like that? No? Okay.
What you have access to really are his British criminal records,
Oh, okay.
and what you have there is that, and Stiver, please add on that he was arrested for basically selling forged, stolen art. He had smuggled in art from Europe into the UK, and
Okay.
he was going to sell it right on the
Yeah.
black market.
Smuggling in art, books, like anything of the arts is generally, and I think that Regina was the
I was about to
Regina
say
was
you might recognize her
yeah, she's all over
radio
the
name. I
Oh,
worked with Tango doing
she probably
that.
used her radio name when working
Okay.
with Tango.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So
'cause
you
we,
could probably
well, we
maybe
were
nobody else.
Rosencrantz and Guildenstern.
Yeah,
That was
that's
our
right.
Yeah.
operation, helping. Yeah, oh yeah.
But as you were
Okay.
looking up
Okay.
Tango, you may have actually figured out like, oh, now I see a bigger like strand. Maybe I don't know if
Mhm.
the revelation had happened beforehand. But I fled to Europe initially, and had to make a whole bunch of new friends real fast. And she was one of the first ones I made. So she was one of the first ones to help me get German, high-priced, valuable art out of Germany.
Okay. Can we say, Trooper, then that since, Regina and I have spoken at length about stuff that isn't always professional, that once I see the art information, I can piece together that this is her dear friend?
Yeah. Yes, you
Okay.
can.
Okay.
One other thing, as you're going through all this and trying to, gather dirt on people, as you might do.
Yeah.
You notice that the head of the SOE seems to have been the one that has given access to this WD to files. And if you rolled well. A little bit of follow-up says that it seems as if there is some sort of visiting person, dignitary, who's at a hotel under that phone number. So there is some person who is some non-British person who is present and seems to have a strong interest in Tango.
And does that person's initials, are they WD?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, dear God. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Do I know where they're from? Are they from where he fled?
You would have to maybe do some investigation on that hotel. You could just check it out if you wanted.
Yeah, of course.
Mm-hmm. So, there's a hotel, and it is not particularly it's sort of well put together. And when you make your way there, perhaps you are sort of sitting in the lobby, as possible, staking it out. Why don't you give me an awareness? And or stealth, or both. Both is fine.
Okay. Awareness was 5.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I'll do stealth 2.
Yep.
2 is fair.
Okay. So with the 2 is what you needed, but with that 5 for awareness, you're going to get a boost as well.
Okay.
You're going to get another boost because you're doing a lot of investigation, which you can use later for a bunch of bonuses when you need them.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'm gonna name this a little bit later. So you're sitting in this lobby, and you wait. It's a while, and then you see the head of the SOE walking into this lobby and sort of sitting over the side, just waiting. And it's not too long before you see a man, sort of stern-looking older gentleman. And let me see. I believe I can take you right to that. Where are they? There we go. Let me just take you right here. You see.
Oh, wow. Okay.
You see this harsh, sort of stern-looking man. He's not actually in a uniform here, and he's walking with a woman. Kat, could you describe the woman who is standing next to him because they've come to speak to the head of the SOE. It seems like there are introductions being made. And the man, the stern man goes, well, I'd like to, this is the head of the outfit that that Tango's working for. And they introduces you. Just please describe yourself.
She's probably about 5'4", 5'5", not too tall, not too short. Stout. Got legs like, well, not like calves. This is a woman who has spent a lot of time walking and on her feet. She's mid-50s, maybe. Hair is neat, but definitely not a very fussy style. It's very casual. She's dressed plainly. She's probably the only person in the area that's wearing a sweater and looks cold. Has a sweater on over a sweater. Looks cold, and very kind of handsome woman. But yeah, handsome woman.
And this older man sort of turns to the head of the SOE and goes, well, I'd like to introduce you to, cut for a quick moment. At this moment in time, Regina and Tango are on a plane. They've got the plane.
I hate you, Trooper.
Oh.
I hate you so much. Who the
Do you?
freak is this person? Okay.
Oh.
And the plane is taking off. It's the middle of the night. It's close to midnight, and all three of you are with your stuff on this plane heading over, and it'll be a bit of a flight. I just want to ask, there's no turning back now. You're on the plane. Tango, what are you thinking as you're drugged up and on this plane on your way to London?
Well, I think Tango, I don't know if he's still talking to voices. I imagine that has lessened at this point, but still happens from time to time. And I think he's just like, I imagine he's just like bandaged up, you know what I mean? Like bandaged up and just staring, like his head is just resting against maybe a window that looks out into the world, and he's looking at the clouds, and he's just thinking, it's all changed. It's all changed, and I got to do whatever I got to do to make things right for once. I'm already fighting a fight, but I got to. And he's just smiling, because there's something macabre about how everything is awful. Everything is awful in the world right now. People are dying for a cause that no one quite understands why there's a war going on, and just so many people are dying unnecessarily for what? Religion? How you want to live your life? Is that why we're dying? Like what's really, why are we really dying here? And at the end of the day, Tango has fled countries. He's lived multiple different identities and lives. He's conned people to a point that he doesn't know who he is anymore. But at this point, at this moment, he just looks out in the clouds and he says, I'm going to be a good man. I'm going to be a good husband, and I'm going to be a good father. And he's just looking out the clouds and he says, and nothing's going to stop me from that. No war, no government, nothing. And he kind of hugs himself. And that's probably a moment of lucidity from the drugs and from all the travel, and now the lack of sandwiches. There's just things that are happening right now that are just outside of his control. And it was probably just a lucid moment where he just made that promise. And he's going to look over, and he's looking over at his best friend, and he's just saying, "No, my family, I never had one that really, they all survive. They all make it. We're all going to be happy when this is over." And that's that. And that's
Luke is there, of course, and he's just looking out the window. He's never flown before, right? So he's a little nervous, but kind of excited. Regina, I'm going to ask you what you're doing, but first, no, I'm going to ask you next because I'm going to have the reveal right there after that. What are you doing on this plane, Regina?
I think Regina uses this probably very long flight to read her father's journal, which is not easy. And I imagine there's something numbing about the excessively loud sound of this hollow steel plane on this flight over. Like white noise to the max.
Yeah.
And you have to yell to talk, so I imagine there's not a lot of talking. And I think Regina sits at the back of the plane, like right by the wing where it's the loudest, and she cries because nobody can hear her. And she questions whether or not she's a good person.
And your father's diary is thick. It's more of like a day planner, right? It's one of those things people did in the 19th century all the time, right? Where they would just log their day.
Day to day.
Day to day. And so much of it is mundane. And it's just what he ate.
It's a hard read, is what you're saying?
It's a hard read. It's a hard read.
Okay. A little wordy.
For breakfast, I had.
Yes, there's a lot of that.
Like, that's literally what it is.
It's like Lord of the Rings. It's like this blade of grass I walked over was great. Then I walked over another blade of grass, and that one was
very strange.
Less great than the first blade of grass, but the third blade of grass was
it's very dry.
The most perfect blade of grass I ever. Okay, I'm done.
No, it's not poetic in any way. In no way. It's very dry. It's like, well, today for breakfast I had, and it's like the same breakfast every single day. And when he doesn't have the same breakfast, he's like, well, I didn't have the same breakfast. It distresses him if he doesn't have the exact same thing, and he just tells you everything he eats, and then it's what he did that day. And at the end, at the end of every single entry, it's how long it has been since he saw or spoke to Regina. Every single entry he logs when the last time it was that he spoke with her or saw her. And sometimes earlier parts, they speak or see each other quite often. But then as it gets later in that book, it's longer and longer since they've seen each other. And of course, the end part of the diary, after she's fled the country, it's a long time. And every day, it's been 300 days since I've seen R last. In the end, there are many things that probably disturb Regina. Him talking about them trying to recruit him to create some kind of new gas weapon because they're trying to kill people who are disabled, and he was too busy to be involved in that business. But he took note of every single facility where these things are happening, every single hospital, because they asked him and he said no, but he just noted the location and the directors of every single one of those facilities where this euthanizing, this murder is happening. And it's all very dry, and it's unclear why he's writing it all down, and it's partially unclear for him why he's writing it all down. He just says, well, maybe Ah would use this somehow. But as you sort of tune in near the end, it's clear that he talks about a colleague of his, FM. He gives everybody initials. And if you didn't know him, you probably wouldn't know who FM was. But Regina, you do know your father. And FM was a professor of engineering, good friend of your father's. You've met him multiple times. An engineer. If you remember correctly, he was a communist who is apparently still working. doing a lot of really important work, according to your father's diary, for the German government. Secret labs. This comes up because he was mentioned when it came to sort of creating these basically kind of death camps for disabled people. Action 5, they call it T4 is this program. And this fellow was tasked to sort of build some of these facilities. And your father seems to have gotten some of the locations of these facilities from this colleague, Friedrich Mendel, who seems to be one of the go-to engineers for construction for kind of secret locations. And in the diary, it becomes clear that Friedrich Mendel wants out of Germany. He does not want to be here. He does not want to do this work. He wants out, but he feels trapped and can't get out. And this is a conversation he has with your father. And in one of the last entries, your father says to him that he promises that he will get him out of Germany somehow. And your father, as he is, he says, my friend Friedrich, yes, he says I should come with him. But I can't go because I have to stay in Berlin because I know my daughter will come home. It has been 382 days since I've seen her last. But if I leave, then she will have no one here when she comes back. And she will come back because I know she has to, because she can't live without her father anyway. And anyway, she's being too stubborn. And I don't. She should stop being so silly, wherever she is. I've always been just very disappointed that she wouldn't just do... She'll come home at some time, and so I told him that when I come back from France, I have to go there for some work. But when I come back, that I will find a way to get him out. And maybe even while I'm in France, I can find some connection or something to get him away. He wants me to go, but I won't, because I will see my daughter again. It has been 387 days since I've seen my daughter last. And as you think on that, family, we go back to that moment in the hotel.
Ooh.
And this man, this American man, shakes the hand of the head of the SOE and says, well, it's good to see you. I'd like to introduce you to Mrs. Naomi Silverstein. She's...
What?
I think,
What have you done?
What have I done? What have I done?
Oh, now, darling Johnny,
Oh, no.
aren't you going to be happy to see your mother?
Oh.
And that's where we're going to go to break, my friends. That's where we're going to go to break. We're going to take a nice little 10-minute break.
Can I just squee for a second?
Oh, please.
Trooper told me that that's what was happening, and I was like, and he's like, you can't tell anybody, and I'm like, but. So yeah.
PB was the only person I had to tell somebody. I had to tell somebody that his mom was coming. But
You guys have no clue, because I'm just going to go and tell you, Trooper went in this whole thing. I was cooking dinner the other night. He was like, I have to talk to you, and we have to talk about something. It's like, okay. And he was like, so tell me about your mom and tell me about your past. I'm just curious. I'm cooking dinner, and I'm just over here going, like, it's a Zoom call. He wasn't at my house. Like, we don't live anywhere near each other. But I had my laptop, and I was like, Trooper, this is a lot of information about Tango's finicky past. We don't care about this, do we? He's like, maybe we do, maybe we do. I got trooped.
You got
And
trooped. Yeah.
Sometimes you get trooped, and sometimes you just get like a nice, warm, fuzzy feeling. And then sometimes you get trooped. I just got trooped. I
feel like this is a present. I feel like I'm giving you your mom.
My mother should not be here.
And
should not be here. Overseas.
And the head of the SOE goes, well, General, it's fine to meet you. And Mrs. Silverstein, it is a pleasure. Your son is, he should be arriving shortly, and I'm sure he'll be happy to meet you.
Oh, I'm glad to hear it. It is a pleasure to meet you as well, sir.
Well, I trust your accommodations have been good.
Yes, it's quite comfortable. I did exceed the luggage limit a little bit. I hope y'all don't mind, but I packed a few extras for my boy.
Well, I
Oh,
assume that's
Mama.
the Americans who
Oh,
pay for all
Mama, no.
that.
Oh, Mama. Oh, Mama Celestine, no.
Since I have done all this crazy research on his past and his record, then I know instantly when she's introduced, I'm like, oh, okay.
Why is some American general bringing his mom here? If that's a great question, isn't it? That's weird.
Oh.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah.
Oh,
When we pick up after break, we're gonna pick up in the hospital room where they're going to take Tango, and he'll be waking up. It's gonna be great, and he's gonna wake up, with his mom.
Off to a great start.
So
it's
good.
gonna be. Oh my God. Well,
So good, so good. I'm so excited. So I just want to say we got a donation. Check in my, because I have a whole monitor missing, but I'm gonna get it back. So we first off, I want to say thank you everybody. Hey, for all the follows. Thank you all the followers. That was wonderful. Thank you. And the resub as well, half-arsed. And we have some bits coming in from Rissa, who says, welcome to season 3. Also from Scabinac, who says, season 3 hype. Oh, we've got mom hype. And then we just got a donation from Donald78, who says, I'm so excited that this show is back. I'm really excited too.
Nice.
Oh, and also, Prax is still here. And yeah, I've got a present, and that present is mom.
Wow.
We're gonna break, everybody. Take care of yourselves. Go and hydrate. And we'll be back in about 10 minutes. And content warning, the speech that I'm going to play for you is from Charles Lindbergh, and he's kind of a problem. He's representative of a bunch of people in the United States that do not want to get involved in the war. So just note, that's kind of what's happening back home as this moment happens. So everyone, I will see you, we'll see you in about 10 minutes. Be right back.
We count them all.
Hello everyone. I believe we're back and everything looks good. Hi
Yes.
everyone.
That is correct.
That's correct.
Yes.
And by the way, chat, you look good today.
Yeah.
Chat.
So
Love it.
Killing
beautiful.
it today, chat. Thank you for being
I
here.
love the look today. I don't know if you're in yoga pants or you're perhaps you're just wearing a nice sweater or an oversized hoodie. Whatever you're doing tonight, it's working, and we love it for it.
Also, I want to say thank you all for bearing with me. I have 3 monitors. One which has just the Roll20 on it. One which has the Zoom on it, and my Zoom chat, and then one that has all of the tech. And the Zoom chat one has gone dark. I don't know why. It's on because you can see it, but I can't see it. So I'm just doing my business.
We're winging it.
We're winging it. So. Welcome back. I hope you had a good break. We have left our crew with some exciting revelations. And I'm very excited about them myself personally because yeah, and my sound is good. Thank you. I was on mono. I was able to get it fixed. The mono is no longer a problem. We went mono a mono. We didn't. It was just it was fine. Anyway, we are back. It's yeah. Don't even worry about it. But we're back. I think the sound is good. So welcome back. We're gonna hit the second half. For the first half, our team went to go and use the communists' airstrip. The communists were a little bit upset about the fact that they identified some of their people, and those people got executed. That conversation didn't go well. Regina was being honest, but not charming, and it just didn't go well. And
That's not what they paid me for.
it is true. That is not what they pay her for. It's true. But they made their way by using Hannah's family's farm, which they were able to travel that way because of Oscar's sort of connections. And on their way, they are sort of both of them were pondering their existence. Regina was reading her father's journal, which involves a bunch of things which some of you don't know, but Dot knows, and there'll be more, like what happened to her fiance. Because I know it's in the diary. Dot hasn't read it yet, but it'll happen. And Tango was really getting a moment of clarity, and another moment of clarity was Ophelia being like, "Ooh, wait, something bad is happening politically here in London, and we gotta, oh no." And
Scrambled.
yeah, and Mama Tango is here in country, along with a general named William Donovan, and we don't know why. We're going to pick up. It's after the plane has landed. Once the plane lands, Tango is brought to the hospital pretty much immediately, and Regina is dropped off a little bit to sort of get some time to rest at her hotel. Probably they will have Ophelia take her to the hotel and drop her off there, escort her, maybe show her around London, give her dinner or something before they get Regina back to chat with her. But they're like, you work with her, you take care of her. We have to there's a lot of logistics. So I want to think about two moments. And I would like to start with the moment where Tango wakes up in this hospital room. It was a bit of a whirlwind. And he's there, and I would say it is September. So the sun is, I think it's nice, it's fair, it's not super bright or anything. It's a decent day, and you're in this hospital room. It's probably, you don't know, maybe late morning, perhaps.
Yeah.
But you are not alone in this hospital room.
Okay.
Your mother is in the hospital room with you.
Oh no. I'm dead.
Not quite, darling.
I am
You
dead.
No, you do look like 50 miles of bad road, but you are not dead.
Hold on. Where are we?
We're in London.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes. It is cold here. How do you stand it?
And by the way, there is an accent that only Tango has when dealing with his mother. It's an accent he does not let anyone else hear under most circumstances. And he says, "Well, now, Mama, you know, I'm dead.
No, baby, you're not dead.
We in London. I'm in heaven. Or hell, I don't know."
Well, darling, if you think I'm in hell, we need to talk.
Oh, Mama, you know you're never going to hell. They wouldn't put up with you in hell, Mama.
I'd be running the place, and he knows it.
Oh. Why am I dead?
You're not dead, baby.
Mama.
You're not dead. You're home. Well, It's not home, but you're not.
Hold on. I'm not dead.
No, darling.
And you're in London.
Yes, baby.
Why are you in London?
Well, it seems that a General Donovan saw fit to come visit me down in Florida.
No.
Yes, he did. Oh, yes, he did.
Mama, he did not go to your house. He did not go to your beach house, did he?
No, he did not go to the house, darling. He found me at work at the diner.
Okay. You did not tell him where you lived, did you?
Well, of course not. I'm not going to tell no general where I live.
Oh, that's good. That's good. I'm glad. Oh, no.
What is it, darling? You haven't looked like this since you was a little boy.
What? Oh, in a hospital?
Yeah.
I told you I'd be strong. I'd never come back to a hospital like this if I haven't needed to.
Looks like you needed to this time, baby. She's holding his hand. She's like right up against the edge of the bed, just kind of leaning there.
He looks bad. I mean,
yeah.
It's this weird thing where he's like,
is my shirt off? Because then she could see, okay, it's like, Mama, and he's gonna trace some of because he had a really bad chemical explosion of bad stuff happening all over his chest. So it's almost like a mutant chest of some sort.
It's like it's some kind of like burn, like could be like it's a looking like there's kind of like an acid burn or blistering, like it's like a bad burn. Plus, clearly he's been shot.
What have you been doing, baby?
Mama, I never wanted you to see me like this. You know that.
I know, but I am your mama.
Yeah, Mama, and he squeezes her hand and he looks at her and there's tears starting to form in his eyes. I say her right now because I'm really getting this. And he goes, Mom, I gotta tell you some things. A few things you're not gonna be proud of, and a few things you will. But I gotta tell you something that's gonna change our lives forever. You're gonna be a grandmama.
Oh, baby.
I met a woman, I love her very much. She's in Paris right now. And I'm telling you right now, I'm gonna be a father. You're gonna be a grandmama. It's gonna be the happiest baby that ever was.
Because you're gonna bring that girl and you're gonna bring that baby and you're gonna bring them home. And we're all gonna live in that big old beach house.
Mama, you know what's what I want.
And that's what we're gonna do.
He looks around the room. Are there any, at this point, he's just now, man, sorry, I'm getting really into this. Are there any other like guards or anything posted inside?
Not inside, but Mama Tango knows that the general is out in the hallway.
Okay.
You think I'm gonna let them in here?
Mama, I gotta tell you a few things.
All right.
Because I'm real hopped up on whatever they put in me. And I'm tired of living some lies, and I need to live a new life, and I need you to be a part of it, and I need you to be a part of this family we're gonna have. Mama, I was not a good man before this moment.
I know.
I'm sure you had an idea.
No, darling, I know. They told me.
Oh, no. I'm sorry I've lied to you for so long. I just wanted you to feel like I was somebody you could be proud of.
Baby.
Tell all your friends at work that your son's a fine, outstanding man. works
My
in
s-
art.
my son is a fine, outstanding young man, and he's going to be a good father.
Mama, I'm scared. I'm scared that I'm just gonna screw this up like I screw everything else up and run away because things tend to catch fire around me. But I won't want them to. And you know my will. I want to make it right. Okay. Took you out of Texas, put you in Florida. Gave you a beach house. You don't have to work if you don't want to, but you still do because you're strong like me, Mama.
Johnny,
I got to go back to Paris. I got to make sure she's okay.
no, Johnny, you let them bring her to Paris. You stay here, get better. They'll bring her here, and then we will all fly back together.
Mom, that's not how it works. I'm sorry. That's not how it's going to work.
You think they're
I know
going to stop me if I tell them that's how it works?
Mama, I'm a low life that they just threw in Paris because they knew that I was, they knew they could. Because if I died and whatever, they would just throw someone else in. And you'll just, even though you mean the world to me, and I know, I know not to, I know there's nothing in the world that can stop you from anything. But that's not their intention.
No, baby. Do you want to know? I'm sure I'm going to have to tell you this again, Johnny, but do you know what it is that they want from you?
I don't know what they want from me at this point, but I do know that the aim is highly likely, to get on a plane with you. And as much as I would, because I miss you so much. I miss you. You know, we always told each other. And you know what? I haven't told Sylvia, or I haven't, who's the girl I love, by the way.
That's a pretty name. I like that.
It's
Sylvie.
the most beautiful name you could ever have, Mama.
It is.
You know, what I haven't told her, and what we always tell each other, is that I love you more than Texas. Which, you know, that means a whole lot, right?
I know.
Well, I'm going to go back to Paris. I'm going to tell her I love her more than Texas.
And then you're going to come back here to London, and I'll be here waiting. And we will all get on that plane, and we will go back, and they are going to clear your record, and they're going to give you a job, and you are going to train other people to do what it is that you've been doing, and you're going to be safe, and she's going to be safe, and that baby's going to be safe.
We're going to get a house right next to yours on that beach.
Oh, honey, that house is big enough for all of us, and I'll move out to a little cottage if we need to. I don't need a house that big, and you know that.
Well, I don't care what house you think you need. You're getting the biggest, nicest house on the damn beach. That's right. 'Cause you're my mama. But I don't know how this is going to play out after this conversation, but I will tell you right now. And you got to trust me when I say I'm real good at what I do.
I know you are, Johnny.
And no one else knows me as Johnny. I know they know me as Johnny, but when I leave here, I may be any kind of name. I'm going back to Paris. I'm going to get Sylvie, and I don't want them to stop me. They try. They're going to try, Mama. You
no,
know
they ain't. They want you real bad, Johnny. They want you real bad. They'll do anything to get you. And if you make that a condition, you tell them she comes with. They get her, they bring her, and she's going with us. And they'll make it happen because they want you real bad, baby.
Why? All I've ever done is lie, cheat, and steal.
That's apparently what they need from people right now.
He looks at her straight in the eyes and he says, Mama, from here on out, I ain't never going to lie to you again. I swear on the baby that is going to be born, I'm going to be the best man you've ever met. Best son. I'm going to be the best father. I'm going to be the best husband the world's ever known. It may take a little bit to get there, but that's what I want.
We'll make it happen.
There's a knock at the door.
Excuse me, I need to go kick somebody's ass.
No, Mama, please, just calm down. I'm going to use a different voice when they get in here, but...
All right. It's all right. Rest. She will kind of bring his hand to her cheek. Sit down. Straight up.
He's going to wipe his eyes away, and he's just going to look stoic.
She's kind of dabbed at her eyes. She's done the same thing. That face goes on, and she walks over to the door, opens up. May I help you?
It's the general. And he goes, hello, I wanted to have a quick word with your son. I trust that you...
I'm afraid he's not up for that. Thank you so much. Maybe tomorrow. And she starts to close the door.
Well, Mom, it's... Hold on.
Are you sure?
I'm sure. General, do you mind if... My mother's very important. Do you mind if she stays with this conversation?
Of course. Your mother and I have had quite a few conversations. She's a remarkable woman.
Careful, she is taken. Are you still dating that wonderful man, by the way, Mother?
Oh, yeah. Yes, I are.
Oh, I love it whenever, you know what? I know he treats you right because you always hesitate when you say that like that. Anyways,
he's a good man.
General,
come on in. And she will open the door, step back a little bit.
Thank you.
Let him.
Mr. Silverstein, I am pleased to meet you. I've been checking your records, and I think I'm pretty... well, let me put this. Our president, Mr. Roosevelt, he has an idea for a new organization, and that organization could use someone like you. And so I've got an offer that I think you won't want to refuse. Smash cut. We're going to leave that right there. Your country needs you. And over in another part of town, a different time and moment, the plane has landed and people have all been gathered, and Luke has been brought. People have been brought to these different spaces. There are hotel rooms being made, and it is late. And Doris Asher has been asked and tasked to take, because the young man has got to go into a space where young men go, and ladies have to go where ladies go. We have to be proper about these things. That you two gal pals should take your gal pal and escort her to the hotel room where she'll be staying. And then of course later in the day, like the next morning perhaps, they would love to speak with her. But at this moment, you have been left with Regina, who you see in person for the second time in your life, but whom you've spoken to, well, whose Morse code hand you've heard for a long time. And it is, probably 2 in the morning, maybe. And you are her escort for this early morning.
I'm taking her to her hotel where she'll be staying.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Are we on foot?
I would imagine that Doris has a car.
Oh, sure. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So
Oh, okay.
I will drive us over.
I have a question, though.
Mm-hmm.
I need to ask this. Are you wearing your uniform?
Me or her?
No, she's in civilian clothes.
I
Right.
don't have a uniform.
Yeah, she doesn't
Right.
have a uniform.
Then no, I don't think unless that would be what I should do.
Well, I mean,
If
you're
it's-
coming. It's a work thing, so you might be.
Yeah, but am I supposed to be keeping her discreet? Then probably not. Yeah, I
mean-
probably would have changed.
Mhm.
Unless it's like absolutely expected of me that I be wearing my uniform, then of course I'm going to change out of that smelly thing for her.
I mean, you are probably it's a work thing, and people come in and out all the time. There's just a lot of people in uniform everywhere, so it wouldn't have been too weird.
Okay.
Yeah, and Regina, Doris, is in PB.
Address.
Give me more. Tell me more.
Yeah, it's I put on some lipstick. I normally my hair's tied back. I've cut my hair since you last saw me. It's short. And I'm wearing a flowery what are those? Trooper might know better than me. I want to say the flowery kind of like dress that would taper in and then kind of just come down very 50s.
Yes,
And
yeah.
then pumps as well.
The last time I saw you, you were in uniform
Uh-huh.
Mhm.
at the drop site.
Mhm.
Wow.
Mhm.
Okay.
Mhm.
I imagine there is an extended pause of awkward silence before Regina says, "You're you're not in your uniform."
No, I changed. I just thought maybe it'd be better if
Nice. It's really it's nice. You look nice.
so do you?
I imagine Regina looks like 5-day-old leftovers that came off of a plane from Paris.
She's
But
beautiful.
like not a nice plane, you know.
But not a nice, yeah, not like, yeah. Thank you.
I can take you to where you'll be staying. We should probably talk as well.
I would imagine we have much to say.
You want any coffee or anything?
There's coffee?
There can be.
That would be really nice.
Great. Do I know a place that would still be open? Okay, then yeah, I know
Late night
just the place.
coffee?
Yeah, yeah. So then I will definitely take her. I don't know if they have real coffee right now,
They
but
do.
they do. Okay, yeah. Then I'll
Yeah.
take you. I'll take you.
I mean, rationing's
city
happening,
at
but it's
this-
not like Paris.
Okay.
The city at this point has been heavily bombed, yes?
The big main
Mm.
blitz ended in May, but we're in September, and as you're driving in your vehicle, there's so many buildings that have been destroyed and not yet rebuilt. Rebuilding, of course, is happening, but you can see this beautiful city that Regina has been to before.
Yeah, but
There's the scars.
I'm probably doing that thing where it's like, I walked by, that like girlfriend thing where I'm just kind of telling you where I've been
Uh-huh.
and what I do and my
Uh-huh.
routine, like,
Uh-huh.
and there's where I, like go through and do that. And, I used to take that bus stop down there when I first started working and that kind of thing as I take her. And then this is my favorite place probably.
It's night,
Mm.
right?
Becoming
Yeah.
morning. right?
It's
like
becoming morning.
Mhm.
There's
Yeah.
just enough light where Regina can probably snap pictures.
Mm.
But because we're moving in the car, they would be
Mm.
like like rip light. And so she
Do you,
probably does. Like everywhere she's just snapping pictures
do you
as you
want?
drive.
I can slow down. I can pull over.
Don't.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to take you to my favorite place. I go there often when I need to think or just take a break from the office. It's not far from where you're staying.
How is the office?
There's something going on that we should definitely talk about. I guess we're in the car, so it's probably fine. I think they want something with Tango.
I suspected as much when they wanted to bring him all the way here.
They seem to want something with you, too.
I suspected as much as well when they asked me to escort him all the way here. I'd say it was good, but I imagine it's probably not.
Well, I don't think you'll be too happy with it, no. They're asking me a lot of questions about, your reputation and if you are, if you'd maybe make a good
Trustworthy,
face.
if I'm trustworthy.
Oh, I mean, yes, that, but more like if you would make a good public face. If that is any clearer. I think they
they'll
want
be
you to.
pleased to meet me, so I can assure them that that's probably not the best option.
I have every faith that you'll convince them.
I just want all of us to go home when it's done.
Oh.
Sylvie.
Yes.
Child.
Oh, wonderful.
Tango's child.
Oh.
And I don't think they know.
Okay.
I don't know if it would change anything, but
Well, that explains why Tango would want to go back, but what about you?
I have I have a question. The people you work for. The SOE. Same people that Tango work for.
Yeah.
Do you trust them?
Of course I do.
And do their goals?
Yes, of course.
I have good word that there will be an assassination attempt against the Fuhrer. I don't know when, but we are in on the ground floor. And whatever they have planned for myself or Tango or our cell at all, if they meddle now, we may lose that opportunity.
That's a lot.
Either way, I have to go back to France. Because even if the SOE doesn't support the actions, I will have to help with that.
Why don't we get the coffee to go? I have some files you probably want to look at in my flat.
We could just stay at your flat.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. And then I will drive her to my flat.
Of course, everything is.
Lord.
You have to have everything. You have to block out all the light because
Yeah.
Yeah.
farming. You know, there are a bunch of files she has. A bunch of
Yes.
files.
So much.
She's collected a lot of intel.
And I'm probably very excitedly telling you about it when you come in. Like, I'm gonna make some coffee. I don't know if that's something that I can do.
You're
at
like
this time period,
nerding
but,
out on
like,
intel. Like,
I
and
am a
also,
little bit. I am a little bit.
This
And
is
also-
almost as good as our date under
Yeah.
a radio,
Yeah.
under a plane radio.
and also, let me tell you about coordinates like X257 by Y224.
Oh, and I can't help but like talk up kind of like how it came about. So, and so they asked me, if you looked good in a suit or if you wear tailored, like if you wear tailored clothes or, if you were pretty. And so then I started thinking that, maybe they don't want to throw you under the bus. Maybe they want something else with you. And so then I started doing all this research on Tango. And then it was a reference in his file about painting. And then I realized that he was your Tango, the one from the letters or the one from our correspondence. And then I dug up all the dirt I possibly could on anybody that's going to be there so that we can use it to our advantage to kind of just showcase what an amazing contributor he's been to the war. And I just thought it would be helpful. Do you want cream or sugar?
Do you think I'm a bad person?
What? No.
You know everything about me.
Yes, I do. And I didn't even hesitate.
Do you think our cell is bad people?
No. Why do you say that?
I've done so many bad things. I killed my father. Thank you.
Or?
For wanting to help Tango.
Of course.
Regina kind of wipes her eyes and walks over and takes the cup and she says, I take my coffee black, thank you.
Yeah, perfect. Why don't you sit down?
I have one more question. I think
Sure.
I'd like to ask you. And I don't know how the next few weeks are going to happen. I imagine they'll have a lot of questions for me. Whether or not they believe them is... Well, it seems that nobody ever believes me. Even when I'm telling the truth. Then I want you to believe me when I tell you this next thing. I have to...
Are you going to break my heart right now? Because I would really rather not be wearing this dress.
No. The dress is fine. Okay. So, you know my file, and that I was to be married. My father, my fiancé cared not for trinkets such as rings, and so I did not get one. My father felt this was wrong, and so he gave me my mother's, which I still wear. And I would like for you to wear. Until I can come back. And this war is done.
I kiss her.
Regina obviously kisses back. Thank you. I am. And she kind of slides it off and she hands it over.
Oh, I hold my fucking hand out. You putting that fucking ring on.
Yeah. Regina does. And she says, I was always silly and I don't know why I kept it. I lied and said it was for cover because widow, whatever. But I realized on the way over here that it was not for that reason at all. It was because I was not wearing it for love the first time.
I love you.
I love you too.
You're the best person I know.
I sure wish everyone else felt that way.
They don't need to.
Yeah. And Regina kind of sits down and she slides her father's journal over and she says, there's a lot of intel in this book. It belonged to my father. I've been studying it much as you have Tango's file. I have locations of gas camps, killing chambers, a place of experimentation of the Nazis. Quite a lot that I can offer in exchange to make sure that Tango makes it out the other side of this okay.
We'll do everything we can to make sure that he does. I lean over and I kind of put a hand on the book, actually. Are you sure you want to hand this over?
I was kind of hoping just to maybe make copies of it and relay the information.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
course.
not that I couldn't. I could. I mean, if they
No,
wanted
of
the
course you
original,
could.
it's okay.
Of course you could.
It's just
Yeah. Why give them the original when you can give them a copy? Absolutely.
Right, yeah, exactly. Maybe I could just keep that one.
Yeah, of course. Are you okay?
I don't know. I don't know. I've worked so hard to do what I believed is right. And at every corner I'm told that it has only gotten people killed. I want to believe I'm doing the right thing.
Sometimes we don't know what the right thing is until it's over. The only thing we can do is go based on how we're feeling right now. And then if I know anything about you, it's that you follow your heart and you do what you think is the best.
Yes.
You do right by your people and you do right by this war. You're trying to put an end to it by any means necessary.
Will they believe that?
I don't care what they believe. It's the truth.
Then
I
guess
know
we'll
that.
see.
You know that. Tango probably knows that. Everybody close to you can't help but see that.
Yes, but what do you have to give up in return?
I used to think that when I was young, that the only kind of soldier was one that carried a weapon and went into battle. But seeing what you have gone through, what your group has gone through, you are top-class soldiers. Never forget it.
I don't think we can until this is all done. You know, the windows are blacked out.
Why don't you just give me your coffee and I'll put it over here.
Yeah. And Regina kind of awkwardly passes it off, and I imagine there's like a candle or some kind of light.
Yeah.
There's probably
yeah.
a light, yeah. Flip it off, fade to black.
And there's there are two moments we're going to get to. We're going to go back to this hospital room. And after we go back to the hospital, we're going to go... Ophelia has to take Regina to work because they want to speak with her the next day. And the conversation with the general and Tango is happening at the same time as a conversation that's going to be happening the next day. And we're going to start in the hospital room when the general says, your country needs you, son. And
Which one?
Well, you only have one country. That's the good old US of A. You can call me Wild Bill. So, seems that you're in a bit of a pickle. That's what I've heard. And I'm here to help you out.
Go on.
Son, right now, we're not in this war.
Also, if you don't mind, I know it's a thing just don't call me son,
All right.
if you don't mind. Maybe it's a weird thing to you, but it's a personal thing to me. So don't call me son. And another thing, US, I've been away from some of the news, and I'm sure you're going to tell me a bunch of stuff, but sorry, you have me at a disadvantage, and I've got some drugs pumped into me too, right? The US is not in a war yet, are they?
No, we're not.
Okay. I don't live in the US, and you know that, right?
Yes, but that's what we're here to talk about. You have an opportunity to do right by your mom. And I'm here to help you do that. And to do right by the United States. See, we're not in this war right now. Maybe we will, maybe we won't, but one thing's for certain. There's something
you
we
will.
don't have. What we
Oh,
don't
you
have
will.
is an intelligence organization like the one that you currently work for.
Okay.
But we're going to start one. And I'm going to be the director of that organization. And I was tasked by the president to find people that could help us make this organization the best in the world so that we can go and get intelligence to take down Hitler.
So the president asked you to make a group similar to the one I have already made.
But you have the training. You've been through their training. You know what it's like. And you are experienced.
Do you know who I am really?
Yes, I've
Have
seen
you
your
been
records.
briefed?
Yes.
Okay. Mama, I am sorry you have to hear this. I don't know have you briefed my mother on my background?
Not too much. Not all of it. Enough.
Okay.
What I want to tell you, son, pardon me.
Never call me son again. And I will
understand.
tell you right now, I will reject whatever you have to say if you do it again. Look me in the eyes and I will tell you I'm not joking.
It's fair.
General,
It was a joke at first. It is not now.
I'm sorry.
I
No
think it's
one
best
calls me son.
it's best you treat my son with the respect he deserves and in the courtesy he has given you.
It was a slip. I'm sorry.
It's Mama. Anyways, so you want me to come back to America? Is that what you want?
That's right. We're going to be setting up a training camp, sort of like the one that you went through, and we need people who can instruct. But more importantly, we're going to do some operations, and we need someone with your experience. And my understanding is you don't need to be with this organization any longer. Instead, you could be with us. So I'm asking you to leave whatever this group is and join us. And you can get rank. We'll clear your criminal record. You'll have no record of any kind of wrongdoing whatsoever. We will give you...
Go ahead and stop there because I've heard all this before a million times over because these kind of offers happen to me, especially in the last few years. There's a seat right there. Do you mind sitting down?
Of course.
Yeah. Also relax just a bit because it makes me nervous when you're not. And let me ask you a very personal question. Do you have children, a family, a wife back in the States?
I do.
Tell me a little bit about yourself.
Well, veteran, of course. I've served my country for a long time.
I don't care how long you've served your country. Tell me about your family. That's the real shit I want to know.
I served in World War I. You don't care.
I did not care about your history with the military. I want to know about who you are as a person, or I will not work with you.
Well, I am loyal. I take care of my troops. I've been married for a long time. I have children.
Those are all things that are not facts. If you've read my file, then you know that I use things like this kind of conversation. Listen, General.
What are you looking for?
Are you a good person?
Yes, of course.
Okay. I have to go back to Paris, and whatever offer you have, it's going to have to be delayed until I come back from Paris. Does that make sense?
Why do you need to go back to Paris?
Good people finish what they start. Would you agree?
There are many different ways to think about that. You can finish it with us.
I think the fact that you just said that means you don't quite understand what I'm telling you. There are things in Paris, there are things in motion, there are plots and plans, things and seeds, and all the super secret spy stuff that you love in movies, right? Well, we're living it and we're doing it and we're doing it. In general, I'm not going back to the US just now, but I would love your offer in the future. Is that possible?
Mr. Silverstein, you have to know that this is.
Call me Tango,
All
please.
right, Tango.
We're not that close.
All right.
In fact, I just let you know, Mama over there is the only one who can call me Johnny Silverstein. I know you have my record, and I know you understand that's my real name. In a sea of fake names, you call me Tango, please, until you can be more personable and you can reach an agreement I enjoy.
All right. Tango, we are going to be moving quickly. And we want someone of quality who wants to be with us. You can do a lot of good and a lot more good with us than here. And I don't mean to alarm you, but you might want my offer.
I guess. Just wild guess. And I'd like for you to look me in the eyes as I'm guessing this. They don't want me here, but you see my value.
You're in a bit of troubles. You're in a bit of trouble.
I'm in so much trouble. I'm in so much trouble. Oh, I'm in so much trouble.
And
General.
I can make that trouble go away.
No, you can't. You really can't. You are so outside looking in. You do not understand. Where's I need to talk. I need to talk to Regina. My best friend. Where is she? And where's Luke? I need to talk to them. You don't know what I'm in right now, and they don't, and you won't. I want your offer so bad it hurts. And he's going to look over his mother, and he's going to be like, Mama, I want this. I want to do this.
I know. She's already moved to stand next to you. She's standing right at the head of the bed with her hand on his shoulder. Just
Mama,
rest right there.
And for a brief moment, he relaxes and he actually uses a southern accent. He's like, Mama, what should I do?
General Donovan, my son has obligations that require his attention in Paris. There are circumstances that you are unaware of that will affect my son's decision. Now, do you love your children and your wife, General?
I do.
What would you do for them?
Many things.
Tell me.
Well,
tell me what you would do for your wife and for your children.
I would make the right decision.
No. Would you put yourself in harm's way?
I would.
Would you today get up from that chair and go out and serve on those front lines to protect your wife and children.
I would. I already have.
Not have, would, now, today.
That is what I'm doing in my own way.
I understand that, but General, you're now doing that from behind the desk.
Madam, I have 3 Purple Hearts, a Silver Star, a Distinguished Service Medal, a Distinguished Service Cross,
I
and a
don't
Medal
care.
of Honor. I have bled for this country and for my family.
And I raised a child. I had an abusive husband who beat me so I could protect my child. And when he
Mama, you don't have
died,
to talk about that.
I raised that boy. I did the best I could. And he has done the best he can for me. And he will do the best he can for his family one day, as I know you have tried to do the best for your family. Now I'm telling you that if you want my son to come work for you, as much as I want my son to come home and be safe, then you will stop talking about medals, and you will stop talking about honor, and you will start talking about what is real. And what is real is putting his life on the line and fulfilling his obligations.
The
You
general stands
understand
up.
me?
The general stands up. Come to speak me in about 1 month. And he walks out.
I'm sorry, Johnny, if I misspoke.
Mama, you never misspoke. You said nothing but the truth. I don't give a damn about what he wants. All I care about is getting back to Sylvie, making sure, grandbaby, my baby is going to be okay, and that all my friends and everything's in the right order. So it's going to happen, and that's it. And we've done just fine without the government, Mama. And now you know
baby.
all my dirty troops. I don't need them. If I don't have to have them, I won't have them.
She
So,
leans down and she's going to take his face in her hands. Johnny.
Yeah.
I love you. And it don't matter. We have all had to do things to survive.
Oh, Mama, I love you so much. And he's going to give her a big old hug. It's been so long. I'm sorry I haven't been back to the States.
Okay.
It's been years.
It has. I
had
understand.
I had to make a living. I had to make sure you were okay. I had to make sure that
it's all right, baby.
Nobody
it's
caught
all right.
me. That nobody was gonna get me.
It's all right. She's got her arms around him. She's just holding. It's going to be okay, darling. It's going to be okay.
I got to get back to Paris now, and now I got to figure out how to tell London it's the best thing they could possibly do to get me back in Paris. So
you rest, you heal.
Mama,
you have a. Do you have a place here in London, darling?
I don't know.
Hospital. Because he's not getting out.
This is my place.
Uh-huh.
He's gonna squeeze your hand at me. He's gonna look at you and be like, "By the way, Mama, if I disappear or someone pronounces me dead in some way, you don't believe it for a while."
You think I'm going to leave you right now?
Mama, you're going to go back on that plane and go back to that beach house that you love so much with that man who's treating you right. You need to move in with him, by the way. Let him move into that beach house. Don't string him along for years and years. He sounds like he really loves you. Listen, one way or another, I'm getting back into Paris. And then one way or another, you're going to see your grandbaby. Those are facts. And I ain't going to die. Nothing can kill me. Not right now.
Nobody.
But if you hear that I'm dead, When you hear him gone, you don't believe it.
I know a lie when I hear one.
Hmm.
First, you're going to stay in that bed, and I'm going to be right here with you. And you're going to get better. And then you're going to go get that girl of yours. And you're going to bring her back here to London. And we're all going to get on that plane together. We got a month. That's what's going to happen.
1 month to change the course of a whole war. But you know what? I will kill Hitler myself if it means getting back on that plane in 1 month, Mama.
Baby, I will fly to Berlin and kill Hitler myself if it means getting you on that plane and back here.
They are not trained well enough to deal with you, Mama. They are not trained well enough to deal with you. Look,
You got to get back. Darling, I did not bring 5 pounds of oranges on that plane.
oh, you did not bring oranges. Oh,
know
my
I
favorite.
did.
Did you bring any of the soup?
I need a kitchen, baby.
Because I don't care what they're putting in me right now. I just need some chicken noodle soup from you, some Mama's homemade chicken noodle soup, and I'll be fine. I'll be right as rain. You know that.
I'm going. What's her name? Regina. Does she have a kitchen here in London?
I don't think so. I think she has a hotel or something that they put up in. Also,
Well,
I don't mean to be a gossip, Mama, but I think you know how we gossip about everybody all the time.
Oh well, yeah.
Bless her heart. I think that she don't know who she loves anymore. I think that you know what, she's my best friend, right? But I worry about her, like, you know what I mean? Like I worry that she's spreading herself thin with the ladies that she likes. I forget.
She likes the ladies.
She likes the ladies, Mama.
Well,
if you're okay with that, then you're okay with me, is all I'm saying. But all I'm saying, she's got to figure her stuff out, though. But I just want him to be happy.
Speaking of figuring her stuff out, let's see what Regina's doing. Being brought into the office, I believe. Because our Ophelia needs to take her to the office to be
debriefed. Yeah,
a little bit of chatting,
Just call it what it is, Trooper.
It's a bit of a debrief.
Debrief / interrogation.
Oh, it's always so upsetting about things.
All right. Regina's here for it.
Mm-hmm. It's a from the outside it just looks like a regular house, but once you get inside, there are people all sorts inside at desks working. There are people in military uniforms of different sorts, women in uniform, a number of them actually, quite a few. You pass by, I imagine you can actually see the radio bay where Ophelia sits and talks to you every morning.
There's probably like a Shakespearean book or two that you can see, so you recognize it's her desk. But now that we're in here, I think Ophelia knows that work mode is on for you and also for her, so she wouldn't be doing the like, and here's where I sit. It's
Right.
she's escorting you through. Yeah,
Regina would note it though.
Mm-hmm.
Like the empty radio station, Regina would note it.
And people are there, of course, typing away, and you've got all of these. It's busy. And you're brought in to an office near the back, and where you've been requested. There is sitting in her uniform Vera Atkins, and next to her Maurice Buckmaster, and they both stand when you arrive, and they nod to you, and they go, "Oh." They sort of bring out a chair and they offer you a seat.
Donka. I sit.
There you go. Subaltern Asher, this is Maurice Buckmaster. Would you care to sit, or we do have a bit of discussion with our agent here first? But
Oh, if it's the same to you, I'd like to be present.
of course, not at all. So this is a
Close the door and sit down.
fairly informal, quick conversation. I trust your flight was well.
Yes,
And,
I am here in a single piece.
and Vera Atkins, this woman, she's sitting at the desk and she's watching and she's observing all of the interactions. This fellow is technically in charge, but she is the perceptive one, right? She's making a lot of notes in her mind, you can tell. It's not hostile, but she's just noting what is happening, waiting. He says, well, we are happy to have you. We've read your files and your reports, and they are quite remarkable. As you know, I'm afraid that your colleague is, Rosencrantz will be a bit in hospital for a bit of a while. The doctors have said he'll be there for about a month before he'll be recovered enough to, be out and about, which means we've got about a month with you. And, Squadron Commander Atkins here had a bit of an idea that we thought we would run by you, if you would like to hear it.
Yes.
Squadron Commander Atkins. And Vera Atkins steps up, and she sort of comes around and she sort of leans up against her desk, and she says, I'm Vera Atkins, Squadron Commander, and I'm the second in command for Section F, which is the section that deals with France. Your record is quite remarkable, and we thought that since there's a bit of downtime, a woman like you probably wouldn't want to sit around and do nothing for a bit. We thought that it might be...
I dart eyes at...
Yeah, I had the same reaction. I was like, I wish she would.
Okay.
We thought that you might be interested, a woman of your drive, to take SOE training as a bit of a courtesy. You could go up to training base. It's a 2-week course, and then as a 2-week add-on for radio, which of course you yourself don't need, but we thought that you might be willing to train some of our agents or give some of your insights. We respect your expertise and your record, and we thought it might be an opportunity for you to go through our training.
That's very kind. I imagine going through your training means enlisting in your program.
Well, that would be entirely up to you, of course. We are a voluntary organization. If you passed, however, I do not doubt that you would. Your young lad, your young man, Luke Bard, he will be going through the training, and perhaps you could go and be in the same school, of course, the same class. I think you might enjoy it.
I've no doubt that I would. This is not in question. May I ask a forward question?
Of course, yes.
What is your plan? You brought us a very long way to heal Tango.
Yes.
Though you've not mentioned him, you have made it clear you have scoured my files, so I imagine you are aware of the things I have done. But you do not know me.
No.
So what is it that you want?
Well, we know your record. We have many reports of your character and your actions. We thought that you might enjoy going through SOE training and seeing how it suits you.
And if it suits me?
Well, that's another question altogether. If it suits you, well, Agent Krause, how would you feel about joining the Women's Auxiliary Air Force?
I would be intrigued to learn more.
As a member of the Women's Auxiliary Air Force, you have a bit of protection, of course, from, well, were you to be captured, you would fall under, you would be a soldier, not a spy, which is safer for that, at least we hope so. But more importantly, we value the work you've been doing quite a lot. We've all spoken about this, and the higher-ups. We, assuming you pass our training, which should be no doubt, we would like you to join the SOE officially. And, well, of course, everything in this is a bit hush-hush, but we would like you to, we could arrange for you to become an officer in the Women's Auxiliary Air Force and then become an official member of the SOE. We think you can do great things with us, and we would like to have you with us.
And the team I already have.
Well, it would be our hope that you would lead them.
Tango included.
Well, that would depend on how his... and there's a bit of an awkward pause. His, inquiry goes. And, of course, choices that he might make.
Of course.
But you will, of course, be back for his inquiry. We wouldn't, we would make sure that you are there. There are some things that would be a bit more convenient were you a member of the SOE, but that, of course, is your choice.
Nothing like convenience in time of war.
Agent Krause, there are things I cannot say just yet, because it would be a bit too premature, but I will say a few things. One, I think that recognition is important. Being recognized for what you do, and the good you've done, well, anyone has done, means something. It means something to wear this uniform, to not only do good work, but to know that you've done it, and know that other people see it. Unfortunately, I do not have as much authority to give recognition as I and others would like in the current state. Were things slightly different, then I would feel better about being able to make sure that it's really not about that. What it is about is that it is my job to take care of all the agents in Section F. And you're not officially my agent, and that gives me less leeway. And I would feel much better were I to know that someone of your remarkable capability was officially mine, so that I might be able to use my influence more, that I might be able to help you more, to keep you safer. You are remarkable. You are one of the longest-lived radio operators we have, and I already feel like you're somewhat already my agent, and I would just like to make it official.
Here's something you won't find in my file. My father wanted a boy. So did my grandfather. Carry a lineage of military acumen. My father was a scientist instead. No matter how hard I worked, no matter what I learned, no matter how many times I one-upped a man, I was never going to be a son. And I was never going to get to wear a uniform. You do not have to preach to me of the importance and weight of wearing a uniform. I know that I deserve it. That's not in question. It's whether or not you deserve me. I am a great agent, and that has never been in question. I will finish your training. I imagine I will learn a lot. I've seen
more than a handful of women in uniform. This alone is promising. In exchange for finishing your training, I ask you do not question Tango until I return.
We will not. We were waiting for you
Let
anyway.
him rest. What on paper may look like much chaos. He is tired, and he is used up for your SOE.
That is another point.
When I'm done, I will let you know.
Agent Krause, I do want you to know that we recognize your skill and your value.
I know. And I'd like to say I appreciate that. Maybe I will. Who knows? Maybe you'll learn something from me.
We hope so. We already have. You are one of our top agents. Well, you're not technically one of our agents, but hopefully we can change that.
I guess we'll see in a few weeks, won't we?
We will. Subaltern Asher, if you might give her a tour, and
Oh, of course, sir.
we will get her out. Arranged. Oh, Agent Krause, we will not tell anyone in your class that you are already a working agent so that you can have the experience of being one of the fresh recruits. No one will treat you differently.
Yes. I'll make sure to take it easy on them.
Please do.
I hate to break too many egos.
And if you do join, then we'll have to ask you to make a will, of course, and take care of all that paperwork. It's always paperwork. Yeah. Carry on.
Right this way, Agent.
Thank you.
And it kind of like closes the door and looks at Ophelia like,
And I'm just the best agent.
Stop it. Where's
You
Tango?
deserve
I wanna
every
know.
second.
and
Uh,
Regina kind of like posts her chest. She's like, I just want to know where
Tango is.
He's at. I do know this, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
I can take you right now if you want. Skip the tour.
Yes, please.
Okay,
I
okay.
imagine there's nothing of great interest.
So let's just pretend we're going down the floor and then we'll just leave discreetly.
Great.
So then over here we have the operating.
Very
just
interesting.
Exactly. And then down the hallway here, we hit this, and then I'll guide her out.
Seen
And then
one of those before. We don't have those in Germany. horrible cover for Regina. Small talk.
And you can get to that hospital
Yeah.
where Tango and his mother have just had a conversation with a general and an offer. You both have had.
Oh, so in that case, as we are coming in, I suppose we see him leaving, right?
Mhm. You
That's
do.
the guy.
Mhm.
That's the guy, WD. He's the one that was looking into Tango and his information.
Great.
And today
my
he's
God.
in full uniform. He is
Yeah.
in full uniform.
Oh,
I make
he's
very fierce
American.
eye contact.
Mhm. An American general with a lot of medals.
Wow. I'm impressed. I can't help it. I'm sorry.
It's got a
Wow.
billboard like this.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's just
very
like-
shiny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
They love their
Wonder what he
medals in
wants with
America.
him.
Yes, they do.
And you can
I
make
wonder
your
what he
way
wants with Tango.
through this hospital up the way towards where he is.
Mm-hmm.
He
Do you want me
passes
to-
us,
Mm-hmm.
or he's outside the room.
No, he's on his
Oh,
way out.
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, great. As soon as he passes them, we're
Mhm.
clear. Okay.
And that is true. That was the
It's
first time
an
you heard the word
American thing.
inquiry when it comes to Tango, by the way, as
Yeah.
opposed to debrief.
It's kind of what I was worried about. He's an American, but he was given access to all of his files. They must be working together for something. You think they're gonna I think they're going to let him go. Dismiss
No,
him?
actually, my instinct tells me just the opposite.
And what does the American general want with him then?
He wants to take him home. Get him out of the SOE's hair. Wouldn't you? He's not technically their problem. He's an American problem.
It's not a problem to me.
Me either. But we don't make the decisions. We sure enough don't wear a shiny uniform like he does.
Not yet. But you might have one soon.
Stop it. Like, Regina, like, fixes herself before she goes into... She kind of knocks on Tango's door.
Do you want me to wait outside?
Might as well come in.
Come in.
It's the general.
I think you'll look great in a uniform.
Like, eke the door open.
And it's Regina and a woman.
Whatever it is, if you're American, I don't want to deal with you right now. I really don't.
When have I ever been American?
Oh, there she is. Come here. Come here. Oh, you don't do hugs. I know you don't. Come here. Let me pat you on the shoulder. Let me pat you on the shoulder.
I come near the bed.
Okay, and then I'm just gonna like do that thing where you saw the stuff coming
And there's an
out of.
older woman in the room with him.
This is my mother.
Oh.
How do you do, darling? I'm Naomi Silverstein. Pleasure.
She puts her hand back.
I'm
Miss?
Doris Asher. Nice
Pleasure
to
to
meet you.
meet you. Pleasure to meet you. Would you
Oh,
go
is
like an
that
orange or
Doris?
a chocolate bar or something? John is not able to eat yet.
I'm
Orange.
not. So whatever, you should have an orange. She brings back the best oranges. They're from Florida, so you know they're good. It's the Sunshine State, also the Orange State. It's not officially the Orange State, but I'm on drugs, so
They have
you
you on a
know.
lot of
A
morphine.
lot of people are orange there, though. It's very strange.
I would love an orange.
And,
Of course. And she reaches into this like big handbook, pocketbook, and just pulls out oranges and hands them to you.
And
Thank
for
you
the
so much.
record, I just want to point this out because it's 1941, where
Yeah,
we
this
do
is-
not have this kind of
Regina's
globalized
never
transport.
seen yeah, Regina goes, how does one consume an orange?
Oranges
Is
are
it like
big
an
deals.
You peel it,
Yeah.
darling, here like this, and
Like
she'll take it back from you, and she'll peel the orange and break it up in sections like this. There you go.
Like with expert precision, I'm
Mhm.
sure.
Oh
you
yes,
They, You skin it.
know. Yeah, you skin an orange.
Well,
And that would be the first
That-
time, by the way, you hear that accent that comes out. It's like, yeah, you peel the orange. That's what you do with it. You peel the
Yeah.
orange, and then after you peel the orange, like you take the skin off the orange, and that's when, no.
Tango. Thank you. And Regina kind of tastes the orange. I matter. It's probably a little bit more bitter than the fruit that you can get kind of natively in Germany.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But listen,
Very juicy.
yeah. Hey, are you okay? What have they done with you? What's going on? Are they offering you to stay or do anything?
Did they offer you something?
Yeah, let me tell you everything. And I'm going to be very clear and honest because I'm doing this thing where I'm a really good person now and I'm being very truthful with all my friends. And by the way, is this the Doris? Hi, how are you?
What,
This
Doris?
is
I've heard a little bit about you. I don't
Doris.
mean that for to be awkward.
I
But
Mama
hold-
sitting back eating an orange like
hold
she's
out
eating
my
Yeah,
hand.
yeah. because Mama and Tango love a good gossip. And
Yeah.
this is just it. This is
So instead of like holding out a hand to shake hands, I will hold out the hand with the ring on it for you.
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
Like,
And I'm gonna look at the ring and I'm gonna look at like, oh,
You recognize
that-
it. You recognize it.
Yeah, I'm gonna
just
be
to
like,
shake hands. I'm not like
Yeah,
showing
yeah,
it off,
yeah,
but
yeah, I know.
discreetly you would pick up
no,
on it.
this
I'm
is
sure.
that secret friendship cult thing where we all look at each other and I'd be like, oh.
It,
And I look at her and I'd be like, that ring looks familiar. And I'm glad.
that is
Darling,
You
possibly the
congratulations.
drugs talking.
Congratulations.
I wanted
Yeah.
Tango. We can celebrate later.
Okay. When are we all celebrating? Are we gonna have like a family, like little get together, like a Lorena, like all?
You're gonna spend some more time
Well,
here, healing.
I
need a
am
kitchen.
so
What did
full
they
of
offer
drugs, by
you?
the way.
Focus,
Just so
focus.
full
What
of
did they
them.
offer
Doris,
you,
do
Tango?
you have a kitchen I can
Oh.
borrow? A kitchen.
Oh,
Someplace I can cook.
absolutely.
Johnny needs some Johnny needs some chicken noodle soup.
Oh yeah.
And
That's
Oh.
I brought some stuff. I mean, I know things are a little difficult here, so I brought a little bit of flour and some sugar and
Oh, of course you can use my kitchen. Of course. Absolutely.
I appreciate it so much. I
I-
appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you,
I-
Mama. I appreciate you, and I appreciate everything you do. And that chicken noodle soup is gonna make me so much better than all this mumbo jumbo science bullshit that they got going. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to curse in front of you, Mama, but you know what I mean.
It's all right, baby.
Okay. Anyways, look, Regina, America offered me a free pass back to America. And hold on, let me get my accent just right.
Mhm.
I am not the person you know me to be. You know that. We both know each other not to be people that. Anyways, I don't have to do that. My point is, America offered me something, and I rejected it.
You're not going back to America.
Why would I? You know why I'm coming back to Paris if I can, and not even if I can. I'm going to be honest, and this is between you and me, and I'm going to look over at Doris, like, and you probably know.
Congratulations to you also, by the way.
Oh, thank you. I'm really excited. And also, do you have any books on how to be a father? Because I really need a few to take back with me to Paris because I really want to research on it. I'm really nervous about it, okay? I've never fathered anything. Not even a plant. Not even one freaking plant. You think maybe one time you have a plant in your life that you want to father and you get him father a plant.
Tango, you do not share biological makeup with a plant.
I know.
You're with your own child.
Just
so calm down.
You're going to be
fine.
Yeah.
See, I like this girl.
Yeah.
I like this girl, Johnny.
Mama, you were supposed to make some chicken noodle soup, and you're just hanging around at the door like you're just sitting there at the door like you normally do, and you just do that. This is what we call, you know what we call this
Did you want to go now?
Do you want me to leave you to
We call this leering.
Doris,
You're
would
leering.
you mind taking Mrs. Silverstein?
Naomi, darling, call me Naomi.
Naomi, back to your flat to cook some soup.
Mama, you're just being a gossip right now.
Tango and I can have a moment.
Of course, I don't know what I was thinking. Of course, right this way.
Give me all the details.
Much.
You know, Johnny's.
Doris, don't tell her
ring
anything.
too.
Mama's a big old gossip. She's just being a big old gossip.
Where did you get that ring? Because Johnny's going to need one.
I'll show you I'll show you all the wonderful places, and then we just walk out and down the hallway.
Mama Tango, you are everything I could have ever hoped for.
I love Mama Tango. Okay. Anyway, so at that point, I look at once the door closes, like USA offered me to leave all this right now, and as soon as I'm good, go and train people to be like me, like you, do what we did, to sell.
Is that what you want?
No.
To go train others to be like us.
No. You, gross that you think that would be me. No, I don't want that.
Just making sure so that I can sure we're on the same page. I got on a plane from Paris to London with the expectation that the three of us were going back.
Yeah. And I got to figure out how we're doing that because I got a sneaking suspicion that London doesn't want me going back. USA wants me to go to USA. And I am here with...
Tango, I'm going to leave for a few weeks. London.
What?
They're taking me... Listen. They're taking me to go to SOE trading. They want to make me an agent. I get to wear a real uniform. Maybe.
Regina, that's.
lead
Do
ourselves.
you realize what that means in general? Like, do you know what kind of inspiration you would be?
Which is my hope and reason why you have to come back. Because you are part of my cell and part of the reason that I'm going to undergo their unnecessary training.
It is
So you have an
real
obligation
unnecessary,
to
but
step up and assure you come back with me, because I am going out of my way, I would say, to go through their training.
you're gonna get a uniform, aren't you? And
I think that I would look smashing in a uniform. Thank you very much, but we won't know until I am done. So,
do you
I'm
think
going to ask you.
he's gonna stop right there? It's like, I bet Doris would think you look smashing in a uniform. Considering you're going to,
I think Doris thinks
you're
I
a
look
little more than a.
smashing, period. Thank you very much. Tango, I need you to get well.
Trust me, I don't want to be hooked up to any of these machines feeding me God knows what, because I don't understand science. I only understand people
The
and
morphine
conversations.
will be hard to break. So
I am
it
so
is-
high right now. I don't know what's going on.
Which is why I'm going to be back in a few weeks to read.
I thought I was
to you.
dead when I saw my mother. They brought my mother here. My mother.
She is delightful.
You were never supposed to meet my mother. Nobody ever was.
Well, you were never supposed to meet Doris, but here we are. Bare bones and vulnerable, so I need you to listen to me, Tango.
How'd you do it?
What? Do what?
The proposal. How'd you do it? Is it a proposal?
It was so embarrassing. I cried.
Oh no. I know you hate.
It doesn't matter. Listen.
I know
Tango.
you sometimes call it weakness water, but we call it crying. Okay?
Yes, well, I wept, okay? I had an emotional moment.
I am so
a point
proud of you.
weakness. I thought
I sometimes cry when I have good cheesecake, but you cry at all. And I am. Oh. Are you? Look, I'm in a bed. I'm covered in pain and weakness. Will you give me a hug? Just one good. I'll just give you one right arm. Just the right arm. Just one. I'm just giving you one
Regina
arm
puts
hug.
both her arms around Tango's neck and hugs him as tight as she can without hurting him, because, open wounds and.
Yeah. Ow. Oh. Okay.
Was it as pleasant as you had hoped?
Your hugs are something. They're certainly something. And Doris is a very lucky lady to have those hugs.
Maybe I'm the lucky lady.
Mm-hmm. Well, you are the lucky lady. You look, all right. A little biased because you're my best friend, and you know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying.
We're going to have a whole flight from London back to Paris to discuss our very personal and unnecessary sex lives. So I need for you
I can't
to focus
wait.
for just a second through the morphine, and let me tell you something.
You ever had a mimosa? Because we should do a mimosa when we do it.
I don't know what that is.
We need a brunch plane. That's what we need.
What is brunch?
Don't worry about it. Just continue. How do I get away from
Tango? When I'm done with training, when I'm finished, I am going to accept the uniform, as long as they'll continue to offer it to me.
Because it's going to look smashing on you, as we already know.
Yes, we've covered this part, Tango. But what I'm trying to say is,
go.
I need you to recognize that when we're all done, they're going to question us, and they're going to have a lot of questions for you.
Mm-hmm.
But I want you to know that I have your back.
Okay.
And if I'm coming back to wear their uniform, I will not do it without my best agent.
Yeah. So I've already told Mama Silverstein you should know my last name. My real one. I'm Johnny Silverstein.
Your real name is Johnny Silverstein?
Shut up.
You sound like a character from a pulp novel.
Okay, well, maybe I was named after a pulp novel because my mother liked pulp novels, okay? And this is my actual accent that I was grown up with.
Well, it is nice to meet you.
Lame and drawn out.
Well, it is nice to meet you, Johnny Silverstein.
Thank you.
My name is Regina Kraus.
Hmm.
For real.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
All right, Johnny
Anyway, so
Silverstein,
by the
you-
way, I'm coming back to Paris. I need you to help me, or I've already told my mother this, and I'll tell you this. And he looks her dead in the eyes, and he's going to take her hand with his hand, and he's going to say, he's going to grip it, and he's like, "Dead or alive, I'm going back to Paris," and I mean that, with different identities or whatever I need to do, and you know I can do it.
We're going back to Paris. There will be no dead bodies. I am tired of having dead bodies on my hands, Tango. So if we have to merrily stroll and ride a boat all the way back, we will. We're
I
gonna
know
get
that.
back to Sylvie, and we're gonna get back to your child. We'll go back. Until then, you're gonna sit right here, high on morphine, and
Real
enjoy
high.
now, because I wish that I could.
You know, I gotta tell you something. Do you know anything about Southern women? And I mean Southern United States women
Tango.
or
I was born in
mamas.
Germany. I've never seen America. I don't even know what you mean by the South. I'm guessing it is a
Well,
region
the
of
reason
some
why
kind.
I ask is because you're so fucking smart. I did not want to insult your intelligence.
I am aware that there are the states, which are territorial regions of the United States. It makes
Yeah. My point is, you're already family.
Oh.
Okay? Mama considers you family. You're already family.
Well, it's a good
And
thing.
I
because
swear to God, she's going to come in here and she's going to offer you just as much chicken noodle soup as me.
Well, at least
And
I
that's
can
the
eat her
sad
soup.
part. All right.
I
Anyways,
can
my
eat
point
her
is,
soup. It's not from Mother Courage. Or the
it's also
goddess.
chicken noodle. Mother Courage does know how to make a decent chicken noodle,
I believe
especially
it.
from
It'll be the best chicken noodle.
the great state of Texas.
Listen,
My point-
family. My point is I have to go, at least for a while. Do not tell anyone anything while I'm gone.
Tell them what? I'm just-
Repeat. Do not talk to anyone but Doris and your mother while I'm gone.
Do you trust Doris that much? And I get it. You gave her a ring.
I gave her my mother's ring.
God, this is
So yes, I trust her.
I am so happy you're finding passion.
When all this is done, I'm glad to know that I have some family, because somebody has to sit on my side or something.
My point is, here's the thing, though. I got to figure out how to get Mama to Paris. Otherwise, we're all going to live on the beach in Florida. All of us.
Sylvie will
Florida,
do
United
no such
States.
thing. Do you even know her? She'll never leave Paris for Florida.
I think when this is all said and done, we're all going to do a lot of things we never thought we would do, including two women having a very, very romantic and beautiful story. As
Well,
you
first
and
I have to go
Doris.
show up all of these would-be SOE trainees.
Also,
and when
what's
I am
happened to
done,
Hannah? What's going on with that? Is that
What do you-
just a flash in the pan during the Paris War?
Hannah has been very comforting and a very lonely time for me, but we have not.
Well, look me in the eyes and you tell me who you love more.
Why would I do that?
Because I think it's important that you know where you stand with
Categorize the love
friends.
in which I hold for two very strong, beautiful, and smart women? Absolutely not.
All right. You know, I'm sorry, you're right. And we're in a very awkward time And we're also we're in a time where having support is important no matter where you get it from.
I know you haven't had a chance to see the city yet, beyond these walls.
No, it's a very nice window, though. I've already figured out how to unhinge from the freaking panels. Yeah.
Tango,
What?
when you can, get out and see the city.
Yeah. Should be tomorrow.
Of course.
I'll be right as rain as soon as I get the chicken noodle soup.
City, I want you to take a moment and look at how badly it needs someone like Hannah. It's the Nazis may be killing French people in the streets, but they've not crushed the infrastructure. They have not bombed the city to rubble, moved the children out. It is a harrowing forward of what is to come. And I think, well, I think I may ask Hannah if she would like to come and train and spend some time here, treating people that really need it. She could do a lot of good here, and she'd have the resources that she doesn't have right now in Paris. Do I love Hannah? In a way. But I respect her and appreciate her, and recognize what she's capable of, and maybe she'd be safer here. I've read some things in my father's journal. Horrible things, Tango. What they do with that gas. What they have done with the gas that he invented.
Yeah.
They are rounding Jews up and shipping them off to camps and hospitals, much like the ones that my father talks about. I cannot allow that to happen to Hannah.
Hannah is very much part of our family as Oscar, Sylvie, Jules. They're our family. And that's what you do. You take care of them.
It's true. Plus, I can't hide Hannah from Doris forever.
It's going to have to be said, especially if you want to bring Hannah here where Doris is. Might be a bit awkward, don't you think?
Possibly. But Hannah and I, technically, well, we have not been intimate, if that is what you need to know at all.
Well, we're besties, so you can tell me whatever you want about your sexual exploits. I will tell you all about my sexual exploits.
On the plane ride back, Tango, I have to go to training.
I mean, me and Sylvie do this thing called checkers. It's a thing where you attempt to...
No, absolutely not. Please,
Nope,
Tango,
you don't want to tell...
I'm going to request that you keep that to yourself, soldier.
I mean, that's only on Thursday nights.
That is an order, soldier. Keep it to yourself, Tango. I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
Really? You and Hannah never did the little helicopter ride on the, you know what I mean? Like a little...
I actually, in fact, do not. I have no clue.
You never had a landing pad there that you just kind of just woo, and then you're like, excuse me, officer, I have permission to land, and then you just land. You know what I mean?
So
I'm talking about your tongue.
Tango, have you ever flown a plane?
No, actually, I've never flown a plane. I do my best to never fly planes.
I will see you in a month. Enjoy your soup and your mother, and please, whatever you do, do not ask Doris about our sex life, or I swear to God, Tango, when I become in charge of our cell, I will make
I
life
just have
miserable.
one
Do you
question.
understand? I will make
Okay,
your
I
life
get it.
miserable.
Oh my God. Listen, I just have a question.
What?
Have you and Doris had any personal time yet? And do you plan on it in this next, you plan on it, don't you? I know that look. I know that look. You're going to try to find something nice to wear for this, aren't you?
What?
Oh, you know what I'm talking about.
No, I don't know what you're talking about. Tango!
You know what I'm talking about. It's important. And he's going to look at her and just point her. He's going to, like, the morphine's
If you're
really coming in now.
If you are asking if Doris and I have been intimate, the answer is a resounding yes.
Wow. She's like not local at all. How did you manage that? What happened there?
Tango, I am a radio.
You are a bad best friend. You know what? Bad best friend.
Because I don't spill my sexual exploits that don't.
I told you about
exist most of
pancake
the time.
Sundays with me and Sylvie, and then
Yes,
you said
Tango,
nothing about it.
Something I didn't even want to know.
We love syrup, okay? And
yes,
just
I'm
saying.
aware. You could just maybe not rub it in my face that you lather Sylvie's body in syrup. That would be just swell.
Well, you gotta get it. You gotta lick it up real fast so the ants start coming in. You know what I mean? Like it's like one of those things.
Tango, shall I
yeah.
let you in on something? If you're doing it right, you don't need syrup.
Oh wow! Burn! I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. Good thing I'm already in a hospital because I've been burned so bad by my best friend.
Hi, Tango, and I click the door.
So tell me, Doris, darling, are you and Regina planning a family? Are you gonna have a ceremony? How?
Oh, no.
I love this conversation so much. Sorry.
I don't think so. No, I don't think we thought that far ahead. I think we're just trying to live in the present, all things considered.
That's very understandable. That's very understandable. So what kind of work do you do?
That's top secret. And then I wink.
Oh, like Johnny's work. I understand.
Exactly. Now, do you think this plant is good? It says low light.
Yeah, y'all don't get a lot of sunlight here, do you?
No, and I mean he won't be able to get up and move around really, so we want to make sure that it can survive without too much water.
Well, I see that there's something else I want to talk to you about. I'm going to need a flat here in London. It's flat. That's what you all call them, right? Apartments, something with a kitchen.
Yeah, something tells me that my work will want to help facilitate that for you. So.
Oh, that would be lovely. I know things are difficult here right now. I figured that that's kind of why I brought the oranges and the chocolate and the flour and the sugar. And don't tell the general, but I managed to get some lard in as well.
Oh, wow. Definitely won't be telling the general that.
Doris, I'm going to note that you are under rationing in the UK at this moment.
Yeah.
That's a lot of stuff that is hard to get.
Yeah. So we'll get a flat nearby the hospital.
That would be lovely. You just can't make good biscuits without proper lard.
It's been quite a while since I've had good biscuits.
The flakiest things. You just
Doris, biscuits for you, of course, are cookies, right? So you're
yeah.
Wait.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I just kind of, but I don't want to be rude, so I'll just kind of be like, oh, okay. Maybe they have flaky cookies in
at a temple.
States. Oh, yes, of course. There's one down the street. It's kind of in a rough spot, but they still.
They're still wonderful. I brought a letter from my rabbi.
Okay.
Introduction. So that would be lovely. Thank you. That would be a great comfort. So, are you going to be able to help Johnny bring his girl over?
I'm going to certainly try, ma'am. I'm going to certainly try.
That's very kind of you. I appreciate that. Is there now that I think that plan is perfect. Let's get that. He's never been wanting much for flowers. Um, was more interested in going off and, well, I did teach him to shoot, but
Well,
you know,
it's just the whole he was very concerned about being a dad and that he'd never even taken care
oh,
of a
he's gonna
plant.
be,
So
I mean,
we could just get
things,
him this one.
yeah, things were difficult growing up, but he's a good man. He's going to be a good father. He's got good instincts.
That whole team does.
Regina, she's part of that team. I understand.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah, they seem very close.
And I
It's
think
hard
with
right
that,
now.
I
Oh,
think with
sure.
that, we'll sort of we'll fast forward a month. Uh,
Whew.
and it's the full month of a lot of people, I mean, mostly Tango recuperating. And I imagine the general does not show back up again, although, Doris, he's not left the country. He's still here. Um,
Okay.
he's still here. And Tango's recuperating. Um, you all are doing your things, and Regina's off in training with Luke. Luke is also there. Um, Luke is better at shooting than one would have surmised because he had a little bit of training ahead of time. I'm going to ask each of you a question before we get to that moment. Doris, what do you do in this month?
I would like to investigate further because I
Mm-hmm.
suspect that they're not going to leave it as an option for Tango. I think that the offer came as an opportunity for him to take it, but if he doesn't take it, they will do something so that it seems like his only option. So I'm just ears open. I'm doing my best to pay attention to everything that's happening in the office. Have I gotten my title change yet or
You have
no?
not, which is weird because everyone
Yeah.
else has, and you haven't
Yeah.
yet, and you don't know why. Because everybody else has had their changeover, and you haven't. You should have gotten you should have had your changeover. Like that's just because at this point in time the women's tutorial force uh, they had changed their titles, their ranks over from one set to one paradigm to another ones, and everyone else had their titles changed, but you just haven't yet, which you don't know what that's about.
Okay. Then yeah, I think I've just done.
So you're the only person right now that you know of who's still using the old ranks. So I mean, so you were technically still a deputy company commander while everyone else is a subaltern, and so that's weird. Like,
It's very weird,
yeah, you just haven't. Yeah.
especially after that whole speech about recognition and everything
Mhm.
being important for what
Mhm.
you did. Very rude to say right in front of me.
It's just strange.
Yeah.
Could
God,
you
I hope
could you
they're
give
not
me
using me as leverage at any point.
academics?
Sure, I would love to.
You'll need a 3.
Okay.
Mhm.
Um,
And you have a bunch of boosts at the moment, I will note.
I do. Oh, where the heck did my? Oh, there it is. Okay.
Mhm.
Academics, you said,
Mhm.
right?
Mm-hmm. A bit of political science going on, basically. Okay, that is a -2, and you need a 3. You have 3 boosts, all of which would be relevant if you want to spend them all.
Those are the boosts she set up earlier, right?
Yep, these
With
are
like
all
all
the
the
Yeah.
boosts.
research she already did.
Yep,
Yeah.
for all the research you've already done.
Yeah, I'd say that it fits.
Okay,
I'll go ahead and I'll use them.
I will delete them for you. You are doing a lot of work and keeping your ears to the ground and trying to figure out what's going on.
Mhm.
And you start hearing a couple of things. You do not get the sense that the SOE itself is super angry at him. They're not super happy with him, but
Yeah.
like nobody's like super hostile. I mean, there's a lot of question about the communists, but that's where you start poking with the communists. And it takes you a while. It takes you quite a while to figure it out.
Okay.
You're going to diners. You're checking things out, right? Sort of listening in, walking by offices. It's de Gaulle. It's the Free French. They are pissed because the communists are making a lot of noise, and people are very excited about them right now. People are getting inspired by their actions. They apparently gave food to people. They tried to assassinate. They're very public, and
Yeah.
people are beginning to support them. And the thing is, de Gaulle is not a communist, and supports the communists means not supporting de Gaulle. And de Gaulle is here in London, and he is very upset by what seems to be the SOE's soft position on the communists. And Tango blew the cover, sort of gave info for the communists, and he seems like a good person to target. And there's pressure from de Gaulle, because no one else is working with the communists, and it kind of looks like the SOE is right now. And that is making France angry. Well, it's making de Gaulle angry, which is making the British government, the Foreign Office, angry. And it's all coming down on Tango and the SOE. And from what you've heard, MI6 is making moves, perhaps, to undermine the SOE if they can.
Wow. Okay.
That was maybe one of those arguments you'd heard, that there's, if the SOE is working with the communists, de Gaulle's going to be mad.
Oh, okay.
But as far as you can tell, the SOE is not throwing her under the bus completely. But there's a lot of pressure.
Okay.
A lot of pressure.
Then I am going to use my month to find and rally any information I can to support the fact that he does not do that.
Mm-hmm.
To defend him. Also, did I happen to figure out why I'm not being promoted yet? Are they going to throw me under the bus? What's happening with this?
That is weird to you. There seems to be no reason. You have there are no negative things on your record at all.
Yeah.
Your record is
doesn't make
actually
any sense.
really good.
I know.
And so it's weird to you. You do not know why they haven't done this paperwork. It also is not a demotion, because it's just like a name change, right? It's just your name is being changed over from one
Like,
title
she
to
has
the next.
excellent credit. She can get a loan if she wants,
Yeah. So it's a little bit weird, and you don't know why. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't seem like you're being punished. You just don't know why it hasn't happened. That's just odd.
Am I able to investigate who did everyone else's?
Yeah. So it's a little bit tricky, because this would have been done through your commander in the territorial service, right? This is actually it would be your commander there who's done it. But here's the thing about that: even though technically, like you are in the army, the ATS, right? You're in the auxiliary territorial service, so your commander would have done this. But the thing is, Vera Atkins is really in charge of all of that, because you're all attached here. And so if people you suspect she is holding that up for some reason.
Oh, am I able to confront her?
If you wanted to.
I think I probably would at some point.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if it's been over, a month.
It's been a month.
I would probably request a time to sit with her.
Mm-hmm. And she will get back to you in about a month.
Yeah.
Tango, what are you doing in the hospital? In this month.
So this is about a month of being in the hospital, right? So I think it's in and out of being in some kind of weird, whatever drugs are giving him. And I think what he's doing now, is there a way, I mean, obviously we'll talk to people around him. Is there a way he can get messages back to Paris at all?
No.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
well, yes.
Because
she
I'm
could.
visiting.
Yes.
I'm
Yes.
visiting you regularly in
Yes.
the hospital. Anything that you want to
Yes.
tell me, I will radio back for you.
Yeah.
She can do
So
it.
I would love if you could radio back and get back to the right people that basically is telling Sylvie on a daily, or not daily, but like, hey, I love you. I'm coming back is basically most of the messages. And just you know, the coffee here is good, but it's not as good as with you, that kind of stuff. Like, like, I missed the bullets flying over my head, that kind of thing. And I think he's going to be doing that. So he'll be articulating those messages with you. And I think that's a really fun, by the way, I think he gets his camaraderie with Doris, and occasionally he would just kind of stop her because he's a nosy dude. He's a gossip, and he's also the kind of guy's like, so, and he would maybe like halfway through the month or whatever, he's going to stop and like, so why do you like my best friend so much?
Why is she your best friend?
Because she's the first person who's really tried to kill me, but also maybe have tried to kill me.
Did you think you deserved it?
At the time, I probably deserved it. I annoyed her a whole lot when I first got there.
Well, then it sounds like deep down, we both like her for the same reason.
Because she's strong, intelligent, cultured, funny when she wants to be, in that dark way,
Oh, yeah. The jokes that hurt, but then make you laugh, but then make you hurt again. Yeah.
That's really her in general. She hurts you, makes you laugh, and then hurts you again, really.
She does that to herself, too,
I know. Just, she's special. And if you drew her eye and you have her ring, then you must be special too. And, well, you met my mother and you know the way I live. You've read all my files, and your family. So I just want to say that, Doris, your family, and however we figure out how this family fits in everyone, when it all said and done, I hope we can just have you ever been to a good barbecue, Doris?
I can't say that I have. Also, your biscuits are weird.
Weird? What do you mean weird? Like you never tasted heaven before and it just sticks to the top of the roof of your mouth? Like, what do you mean weird?
They're weird. Like,
did Mama make gravy with the biscuits?
That's really just a thing. I've never had biscuits that had gravy with them, like chocolate, maybe, sure, but not gravy with biscuits. And
Why
they're
would
also
chocolate
they're like
ever have
halfway
anything to come into
they're like
play
halfway
here?
between a croissant and something else. Like, what even is that? It's just it's like hard on the it's like on the
it's hard on the
inside
outside, it's soft on the inside. It's everything I love.
And
it
we're
also
gonna come down. We're gonna sort of put her down on that one. Mama Tango, what are you doing this month?
Well, she and Doris, I think she's been spending time with Doris.
A wedding?
Probably.
Are they planning like
several weddings? They're planning two weddings.
What are your colors and what is the song that's going to happen?
She's asking. I mean, she definitely asked Doris to help her find a place to live that was close to the hospital, so she could have a kitchen. And she's been cooking. She's been figuring out the ration system. She's there every day with Johnny. She I think they've been catching up. There's been a lot of time of just catching up. I mean, she's told him about the man she's seeing but there's those little moments, those little details, those little things that you don't really put in letters.
Yeah.
So they've been doing that. She's been trying to find out what she can about Sylvie. Really hoping he has a picture of her. I don't know if he brought one with him or not, but and I think she's just been going to temple. Definitely went to temple, and I think she would have asked Johnny if he wanted the rabbi to come by, talk, just because she knows that he very likely has not been practicing his faith, but it's been a pillar for her, and knowing that might be a comfort. If he doesn't want to, that's fine.
What does he say? What does he say?
Yes.
Then she will actually do what she can to have to hold Shabbat in the hospital room.
And I think it's a weird moment where he was trying to, for the longest time, be very religious agnostic, right? To be religious. Don't do anything wrong because that's what Sky Daddy would not want you to do. But then, but he grew up. But yeah, he grew up Jewish. And that's why things are very real right now. And he's going to take his mother's hand and he's going to celebrate this. Yeah.
While they're having this really wonderful moment, Regina, you're in training. And this training is harder than maybe you expected, involving climbing up things and being in frozen water and many things I feel like you will excel at. Many things might be more difficult for you. I'm going to ask you, I will say this, when you're there at this training, they bring you up to Scotland. You see people from all over Europe there. There are people from Poland. There are people from Spain. There are people from Burma. There are people from all over the world who've been displaced from their homes because their homes have been invaded. And there are some German Jews there as well. There are a bunch of people, almost all of them civilians, a couple of military people here or there, who have lost a lot and are in this place because they want to go back and do something. And some of them are young. Luke is probably the youngest. Some of them are old. There's a woman there who's a linguist. She was a professor in Warsaw, and she knows 6 languages, and she's in her 60s, and she's there. There's all this sort of large walk of life, and all of these people are all there for one reason, and that is they want to learn how to do sabotage and how to go back and do something. And how does Regina go through this training?
I think she has to let Luke have space to be the best version of himself in a lot of this. So like I imagine there's like communal eating time and stuff while they're going through the training, but like she needs to give him his space to flourish on his own a little bit. And that was part of the reason why she brought him here. So she keeps her distance. Oh man. I mean, here's the thing. I imagine Regina participates 100%. Right? Like she gives everything to every training piece that they do, whether she's great at it or whether she can't get her ass up the rope. I don't know. But she will give it her all. But I think Regina is really scoping the situation out, right?
Mhm.
She's seeing people from all over the world,
Mhm.
which tells her that the SOE is attempting something much larger,
Mhm.
that they're plotting an
Mhm.
insurgency across what they expect to be a mass level takeover by Germany, which I
Mhm.
don't even think is happening yet. Like, we
Mhm.
know that Germany has invaded Russia, but if they're pulling people like this into a place to train them on that kind of level, we're looking at, we don't really have the term for it yet, but that is like
Yeah.
high level guerrilla warfare.
Mhm. Mhm.
We don't really have that term, but Regina
Mhm.
is extremely interested, and I think she she would be as polite as she could be, but she would call them out, right? Because the other thing is, like, she's also learning the SOE doesn't have people out there. It's half the reason why they
Mhm.
wanted her to do this training
Mhm.
with no strings attached.
Mhm.
And so, like, I imagine they get a lot of stuff wrong, at least by Regina's standards of like what it's actually like to be out in the field.
Now, many of these people, some of them are soldiers. Some of them actually have been out there already.
That's great. Okay, so
Yeah.
that's good. But I imagine if
Yeah.
if Rega's like, no, it wouldn't go down like that.
I'm gonna need you to
But
make.
maybe not in like the front lines,
Yeah.
like because we were like behind enemy lines.
Right.
Like
Got a
there's a
lot of-
difference between in front of enemy lines and behind enemy lines.
But they have a lot of
right?
refugees who were invaded and had to escape. Like, so they've got like people who have been in those spaces. But you've been doing this for a while. I'd like a physique roll from you,
Jeez.
a rapport roll from you,
Sheesh.
and a shoot roll from you.
I'm having indigestion just thinking about it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, y'all. The
Mhm.
fact I got a mediocre on
Mhm.
that is a miracle. Okay,
is
we're just
true.
gonna wait. We're just
Mhm.
gonna. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Timothy,
We are
you wanna
learning that
Timothy, you wanna spend any?
Regina is just not. Yeah. What was the other roll? I'm gonna roll them all first.
Shoot.
Oh, okay. Well.
Okay. That says a lot about Regina, doesn't it? It's a 0, mediocre for physique, poor on rapport, and superb on shoot.
Do they want a radio roll? They want a
That's
radio roll
part
too.
2. Do you want to do anything about
Lord.
that?
Yes. Okay. I will.
Mhm.
This is where Regina can't. This is why she gave the middle finger to Mother Courage. So I will spend a. I think I'm gonna spend a. I'm definitely gonna spend a fate point on the physique. I still have to get my ass over that wall, right?
You do. Up the rope.
So
up the
there's
sheer
up
wall.
the rope. Okay, so that at least puts me. And I think Regina is gonna use it on. I don't have anything for physique.
How do you justify that fate point?
That's what I'm. That's what I'm. That's what I'm looking at. I gotta justify this fate point. You know what? Regina does see all the angles, and I imagine she doesn't get over that wall by doing it with bare bottom strength.
Yeah.
I imagine Regina
Plans it out.
parkours herself off a tree. And then gets a running start or something. Like, she uses all the angles to get herself up and over. So she makes up for what she lacks in brawn with brain.
And that report is for your leadership. They put you in charge of a team. And you need to communicate with these people, all of whom have they're very different. And you need to inspire and lead these people to complete this mission.
Okay.
Sort of tactical, and at the moment you're at a poor.
Okay, well, would you say that my good German stunt would qualify here? Which means that I could use a deceive instead of a rapport when presenting myself as a good German. Now, technically, it's usually to other good Germans, which there might be some good Germans here to some degree.
I would say no, because you're trying to make yourself a good leader.
Oh, yeah. Okay, fine. I will use my last fate point to. I just rolled really poorly on that. I can't decide if a reroll is the right option or just adding 2 to it. No, Regina did not come all the way here not to get and frickin' prove herself. Okay, Regina's gonna reroll. I'm gonna reroll it. Yeah, chat, go ahead. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. Here, tell me I'm wrong. Okay, fine. The good news is I can still spend a fate point now.
We have to spend the 1 for the reroll.
Right. Yeah, yeah,
Yep.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And then I
And you
thought
have
I'd spend
group
a
fate
group
points.
fate point,
Mhm.
because here we
Mhm.
go.
Mhm.
It's the end of the night. We
Mhm.
haven't spent them.
That is
Thank you.
correct.
I'm in
That is
London.
correct.
Thank you, London.
Mhm.
I will take that up to a 2,
Mhm.
which is still not great. I know.
It's not great, but it's okay. You clearly have some things to learn about how to speak to people without upsetting them. You tend to be a little blunt.
People are so squishy.
You need to learn how to read people better and not in a way to take them down, but to inspire them, right? And so that becomes one of the things to kind of work with, that this person here doesn't need that. This person needs that harsh love, but this person needs a different kind of thing. And you're kind of like working on that. And on the shooting course range, you're amazing. And you graduate and they take you over to the electronics course, but they don't teach you. They have you teach them.
Oh.
Can you give me academics?
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, a
Mhm.
3.
It's good. As you teach them, you see that, I mean, it's hard. Being a radio operator is hard. And their training is good, but of course, it's a beginning because they only have them for 2 weeks and then they've got to learn on the ground. They do the best that they can do. But, it's a good start, right? And they learn a lot from you. And 1 month later, you're all back in London. And the inquiry is going to happen. But Vera Atkins comes to you, Regina, and says, "So, have you thought about the reports back from your training were very impressive. The weaknesses that we'd seen in your records seem to have been corrected. Have you thought about joining the Women's Auxiliary Air Force?"
May I ask you something?
Of course.
When you started this, or became a part of it, what was the reason?
Many reasons. One is, of course, is that, with no offense, but the Nazis are marching across this country. They're bombing London. They're, well, according to the diary of your father, they're committing atrocities. And everyone has to do their job, has to do their part. But also, of course, I'm Jewish. And my family is being slaughtered. And this is one of the only outfits that will allow women to do something. I did not plan to waste my talent sitting at home just watching for airplanes and reporting back. I can do something to keep every agent in the field safe. I've done fieldwork myself. We're at an existential crisis. The future of the world is at stake. The Nazis have almost all of Europe under their control, either directly or through their allies. This is one of these breaking points, one of these most important moments. If we don't fight it, who will?
Do you trust me?
I would not have recommended you if I didn't, and one of my best agents has recommended you very highly and spoken quite well of you.
Falstaff.
Indeed.
Interesting fellow.
He is.
We had a contended beginning.
Well, his reports on you are nothing but glowing.
I'll let him know how much I appreciate that.
Oh, you won't have to wait. Let me ask you, are you going to join?
You knew I'd say yes the moment you offered me the opportunity to wear a uniform, and you know why. But, as I said, I'll never be a son, and I will never be a soldier. But
Might I
it would
call
be
you Regina?
my... Everyone else does.
Sons are overrated.
Sons are fighting this war. I tend to disagree.
They're not the only ones fighting.
That I also agree with. So I say that because it would be my honor to wear an SOE uniform.
Well, technically, we're secret, so your uniform will be the Air Force.
Right.
This is convenient because we have a ceremony that we need to do. Could you get Asha? She'll be needed for the ceremony as well. And we should probably have your agent, Tango, here.
Speaking of him, now that I am officially...
We haven't sworn yet, but soon.
Trust, remember?
Yes.
What are they going to do with him?
Well, it depends on
What
how the inquiry
accusations are
goes.
they bringing to the table?
Well, that he's broken cover, given cover to the communists, and that's not good at all, endangering the entire cell by, well, putting you all at risk. That he is somewhat erratic and not, that he needs a rest, and that he should perhaps be brought back, taken out of the field for a while until he's more trustworthy.
What do you think?
Agent Krause, breaking
What happened
security.
to Regina?
Well, that was when I wanted to tell you something personal. I too know what it's like to have a father who wanted a son. But back to business.
I asked personally.
Ah, I see. Well,
What do you think?
I don't know. All the reports I've gotten have said that he is a bit of a problem. We chose him for a reason, however. When he went through training, he went through, well, his marks for leadership were very high. His shooting abilities, very high. He had a bit of an attitude problem, but he did all of the work. He was actually, I would say, surprising in his excellence. He doesn't come off that way. He doesn't seem like, he's just that American thing that they do. Doesn't seem like you'd ever be able to do those things, but he did. He had trouble with the wall, and some of the physical things were a bit difficult for him. But in terms of his perceptiveness and his awareness, you know the test that you all did, the training minute where you had to build a raft. Do you remember? And my understanding from the records that I read of you is that you did not go immediately to making that raft. You took a bit of a walk around the lake, and you found out that there was indeed a fully formed raft in hiding.
I was told anything on the premise of the lake was for use. You cannot know what it is until you scout it yourself.
He did the same. He was one of the only ones who did.
I've no doubt. But you haven't answered my question. Knowing that he is an agent of this caliber, regardless of his Wild West American ways.
He gave up your cover to the communists, and they could have murdered you all. And if that had happened...
But does that make him a bad agent?
You tell me. If you had an agent who gave up the secret identities of an entire cell to people who are not our allies, what would you think about them?
What if I told you that the communists no longer have interest in working with us? I have seen to it myself.
Really?
Yes, it took some coercion, but they are not interested in anything that we have to offer.
Will that be a security problem?
I don't think so. I think we actually underestimate the level of empathy that the communists bring to the table. The woman in charge of them, she has given her word. And I trust her word. The unfortunate thing is her word is that she does not want to work with us.
though she will not harm us.
Oh.
Maybe one day our working towards the same end will lead us on the same path once more, but she is unhappy with the decision that I made.
Well, that may help sway some voices.
I have no doubt. But I want to assure you, as I assured Tango, I will not wear that uniform unless I go back with my best agent. I believe that he gave up our cover. Yes. I also believe that he did it, and in doing so actually saved us. They had been scouting us for quite a while, unbeknownst to us. And because he was honest with them, something that you don't often get in an agent, they chose to work with us instead of doing what we currently fear, which is attack us.
I see. Well, this will be tricky, but when we go into the inquiry, your testimony will be helpful.
Yes, but will it bring Tango home?
We shall see. Not working with the communists will be helpful to quell some concerns from the outside. Do you think he's stable? Do you put your life in his hands and the life of the rest of the cell?
I already have, haven't I? And I didn't come all the way here and go all the way through your training. Just because I think he's incapable or unstable. I think, unfortunately, he, like all of us, have gone through events that most can't comprehend.
Yes.
Not really.
I understand.
Some of us deal with it in different ways. Before, Tango was, well, he was a good old American boy. Now he is, well, he is a father.
Yes. Well, if you are indeed the leader of that cell, your word as the commander there will carry a lot of weight.
Yes. Still a strange thing to hear.
Well, you'll get used to it.
Yes.
Come, we have a ceremony and then a bit of an inquiry, shall we?
I guess I'm not going anywhere else, am I?
Come and get Asha. She'll be needed for this. And I believe your man Tango should be on his way as well.
I hope he's on his feet.
Well,
And on less morphine.
he is on less morphine, a bit more on his feet, complaining the entire time. But, shall we? And you are led, and Doris, you are brought in, and you're not quite certain why. You've been told that you're needed for your good Guildenstern ceremony, which is fine, but they wanted you in your dress uniform, which is a little bit odd, because you wouldn't necessarily need your dress uniform for somebody else's swearing-in ceremony, but you were asked to be in your dress uniform. And Tango, you've been brought there as well. And you have been given, Regina, a uniform, an Air Force uniform. And as you are there, standing in this moment, up in uniform,
Yeah.
and Tango, you're there. Everyone else is there. And Vera Atkins is there. Morris Buckminster is there. The head of SOE is there. And Falstaff walks in. And he steps up to the side of Regina.
Oh, nosies.
And
You've come a long way.
he goes, yes, well, I've been asked for, haven't I? And the head of the SOE and this woman, the head of the Women's Auxiliary Air Force, they come in to, oh, young at heart, oh, indeed. They come in and they swear you in and ask if you will fight for the country. Do you say
Is that for
that is
Tango?
for Regina? That is for
Oh,
Regina.
yes.
Oh, Regina. Okay.
Regina says yes.
and for every country invaded by Nazis.
And you are sworn in as a second subaltern, an O1 in the Women's Auxiliary Air Force. And when you are pinned, they say, Major, and Falstaff steps forward. And he nods. And they say, this is your moment. And the Major, Falstaff, turns to you. And he says, and he hands you a certificate and a small oak leaf, metal, a pin. And he hands you this large certificate. It's quite large, and it has the UK seal on it. He says, by the King's order of the name, Second Subaltern Regina Krause, from Detachment F, Subsection F of the SOE, as published in the London Gazette on this date, as mentioned in the dispatch of mine, for distinguished service, I'm hereby charged to record His Majesty's high appreciation. This is the first step. I wished it could be more, but you are now mentioned in dispatches for bravery and distinguished service. And he pins this little oak leaf. He says, now that you are a member, it'll be just a bit of time before you can get a Victoria's Cross, I think. And he steps back. And Vera Atkins steps forward and looks at Doris. And she says, Subaltern Doris Asher, if you would step forward. You are hereby promoted to Junior Commander. We didn't need to change the name because you're going to need a title anyway. And they bring forward this mentioned in service. You, Junior Commander, by the King's order, the name of Junior Commander Doris Asher of SOE, Subsection F, in the Women's Artillery Territorial Services, as published in the London Gazette on this day, and as mentioned in the Dispatch for Distinguished Service by me, I am hereby charged to record His Majesty's high appreciation for your work. And this will not be the first medal you'll be receiving. Paperwork takes a little bit of time. And so, you both, congratulations. And people clap. Well, I think we should have a little bit of champagne, and then we have business to attend to. There's a very brief ceremony before you are all hustled into
Oh no.
the,
Like weepy.
the inquiry.
Okay.
And everybody there is quite apologetic because they wish they could spend more time, but they need to deal with Tango. And in this room, Vera Atkins is there, as is Morris Buckminster, as is the head of the SOE, as is General
Is
Donovan.
Tango there right now?
Oh,
At
yes.
this point? Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes. And General Donovan
Okay.
is there.
Uh-huh.
And 2 other people are there. 3 other people. Somebody from the Foreign Office, somebody from MI6, and a representative from the French government in exile.
Yeah, this is concerning because Tango's been very snarky
Yes, he has.
lately.
But Mama is not in, but she's in the building. But she cannot go
Okay.
into the inquiry.
Okay.
And
We'll
of
fill
course,
Mama in later.
Falstaff
We'll
is
get
there.
Mama caught up.
Mama will always know what's going on, trust me. She got somebody she's paid off of biscuits that's going to tell her what's up.
And
I
She brought
imagine-
chocolate bars with her for a reason.
Mhm,
It's true. It's true.
Right.
As Regina walks in the room, you said Falstaff's there.
mhm.
As Regina kind of passes by Falstaff, she kind of just leans in her stroll in the room, and she says, you know, a positive report means you're stuck with me.
Yes, well, unfortunately.
Thank you.
Well, I've always been honest.
Maybe one of the reasons I like you.
Oh.
Regina kind of pulls back and walks past him. Regina sits down, looks at Tango like, we got to do this.
And Tango's going to look at her and just be like, I got this. I think. I'm pretty sure.
Regina, yeah, Regina
Like
looks at Doris
she
and
can
checks
probably
in.
read his lips at this point. She knows
Yep.
what's up.
And Regina removes a pin from the bandana she wears on her hair, a stag, her father's pin, the family crest, and adds it to the pin on her uniform. And she.
He's gonna look at her, and then in front of everyone, he's just be like, "Looks good on you."
I told you it would.
Wow.
Thank you.
Facts are facts.
Agent Silverstein, you were brought before this inquiry to answer
Yes.
for some charges. You have been charged with betraying your cell, giving away the identity of your cell to, and there's a pause, and there's a tension among the people who are all sitting at this table. A tension. Doris, you know what it is. The French representative is pissed. Pissed. The MI6 person is being super cagey in a way, and you don't quite know what that is about.
Okay.
But he should not be here, but he is also here. And but he's looking at Regina the entire time. The entire time. He's not paying attention to Tango, he's paying attention to her.
And he's mad. Was I able to?
No, he's not
Okay.
mad. He's being a little sus. He wants something, and you don't know what it is.
Oh. Was I able to dig up any dirt on him?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
He's here, and you don't know why.
Yep. Okay.
All right,
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
gonna let him
right.
just finish his rant. Let him finish his rant, and then
Let's let
yeah,
him
keep
finish
going.
his rant.
Keep going. Read off that paper,
Keep
mister.
on. Keep on.
And so,
Keep on keeping on.
you are charged with this. How do you answer that you have put the security and the lives of those who were under your charge in danger?
How do I answer that? When it comes to war and subterfuge and people fighting causes and having different roles that they play, did I give up our identity? Not all of it, but maybe a little.
There's a...
But look at what the communists did.
French guy's super mad. The
Sure.
Foreign Office guy's super mad. They're steaming. Everybody else is kind of just sitting there, seeing what you're going to say.
We were the whisperers. We were the ones who planted seeds. And we would continue to, if you allow us, all of us, as we were. You see, communists are passionate against the Nazis. By the way, I don't know if you know this, all of you, but we're all fighting the Nazis. And if they had it their way, we'd all be on trains right now, headed towards gas camps, which I know you all know is what they do currently.
Mama Tango, you're outside. You can hear, because he's raised his voice. You can hear this.
Okay, I was just wondering if, because food's involved,
Yes?
I was just wondering if I could use my empathy to convince my handler to let me just kind of slip in and sit in the back if I promise to be very, very good and quiet.
Food is involved. Yes. Yes. That is one of her stunts.
Yep.
And
That's amazing.
That's
your
so
handler
good.
will take that food. A little extra for their
That is
family.
such a Southern mom move.
Amazing.
My,
What a great
my own
son.
mother has done that, by the way. Literally.
Feed your soul, because she is the best goddamn waitress you've ever seen.
My God.
She could use empathy instead of rapport.
Nice.
And you slip in and you see your son say these things. And the room has got a very conflicted vibe at the moment.
And look, until you're there, behind enemy lines, I'm telling you right now where my cell was, the Nazis occupied Paris. They're all around. And what do you use when you can? Any soldier. What would you use? Anyone here who's a soldier, raise your hand. Raise your hand right now if you're a soldier.
And nobody responds, but the room is full of soldiers and politicians.
Sure.
But they're like,
Okay.
it's like nobody knows if they should or not. Like, it's like,
Sure. That's fine. Don't raise your hand, even though most of you are obviously a soldier and don't want to own up to the fact that you are a soldier. Because you know what?
Falstaff raises his hand.
Thank you.
Regina
Because you know what a
raises
soldier
hers.
does?
Regina raises her hand.
Oh, there we go. Thank you, Regina.
Doris raises her hand.
Oh, Doris.
Mama raises her hand.
Mama Silverstein.
Vera
She's
Atkins
a
raises
soldier
her
of
hand.
soul food.
Hey,
She's a
Vera's
soul
behind
food
you.
soldier. Yeah. Okay. Anybody else dare to raise their hand to
Get
be an
on with
actual
it. This is
soldier?
not answer the charges.
Yeah. You know what? This is my life. So don't tell me to get on with it unless you were in my position. Okay? My point here is that behind enemy lines and in the thick of a war, I don't care if you're communist. I don't care who you are.
The French guy's super livid right now. Just know.
I'm looking at him dead in the eyes at this point.
Regina cuts eyes to Tango. Like,
You use what you need to use to win the fight, the battle, and then the war. And did I use the communists? Yes. Yes, I did. You know why? Because they're many in numbers, they're passionate, they're zealous against the Nazis. Much like we are. But you know what
the French politician stands up and he goes, "This man is undermining the recognized government of de Gaulle."
Have you been behind enemy lines? And he's going to point to him.
Regina leans over and goes, "He's French. He's from there."
Have you stood up to a passing guard?
This is
A
my
Nazi.
country. Who is bleeding? This is ridiculous.
I have lived in your country who is bleeding, and I will live in your country who's
Vera
bleeding.
Atkins is looking a little bit uncomfortable. But
Regina stands and at full attention. What are the accusations?
that he has betrayed security and given away secrets to the communists.
Well, he is in my cell now. That of the soldier passes to the officer. What he did wrong is now my responsibility, so I have given up intelligence. I have compromised this cell. How would you like to proceed?
No, that's not how it works.
Regina,
I was in charge when we started. This is my ship that's
I have
sinking.
already cut ties with the communist before our arrival here. They will not do business with us anymore. You do not have to worry about it.
And he's
for
going to
their
give her like a
actions-
side eye, like, really? like a side eye.
As
No?
for their
knows.
actions, we cannot be responsible for them. They have been watching us for a while. I believe that Tango's actions were actually what saved us and have allowed us to stay this long. The fact of the matter is, they don't want to work with us. They denied us the opportunity to use their runway to get here. And regardless of whether or not we work with them, they have proved to be acceptable distraction.
Junior Commander Asher, your input?
Permission to speak freely?
There's a pause. And Vera Atkins looks at you for a moment, like, and this fellow who's running this inquiry goes, of course.
And I look to the Frenchman.
Who's mad. It's like fuming.
Did you see the city?
London?
Yes.
Oui.
Did you see the damage?
Oui.
And who cares if he used the communists if it gets us to win the war?
It is after the war that I'm worried about.
Which is fine. If we make it that far. But right now, we need to focus on working together to beat the one common enemy that will undermine you more than the communists.
You should be working with us. Now, the person who's in charge of the inquiry goes, this is a British inquiry. This is not a French inquiry.
Yeah, and as a British inquiry, and I'm sorry if I'm
And there's
undermining
like a bit of like a
every.
hubbub 'cause he's talking again.
Sure, I don't care. Listen,
Tango, stop speaking. That's an order.
The fact of the matter is, all these charges you have laid against him, what about everything that he has done? And then I will just list that shit because I did my research.
Yes.
So I'm just going to start listing all of that stuff immediately. And
even Tango's like, I did that.
yeah,
That's what I did.
and I will go through. And I'm not even am I just listing them? I'm listing the dates too. Like on this day, he did this and that. And and I will just go one through another. And then I will look to the general and I will say, he's the one with all the flipping medals, right? Yeah. Okay. I look at him and I say, you can't tell me that in the heat of battle, you weren't forced to make decisions that you yourself maybe thought were questionable when all was said and done.
And you can see you're reaching him a little bit. And Falstaff stands up. He goes, if I might. For those, he sort of nods to the Frenchman. He goes, so you do not know me. I'm Sir Francis Vincent, son of the Right Honourable Viscount d'Abernon, Sir Edgar Vincent. And I'm a major in the Royal Army. And I'm actually the field commander for this entire section. We are doing the work to free France. And this man here, well, he is unorthodox. He is, well, he's awfully American. He's a Yank, isn't he? But he's working to fight for France as you sit here in the exile government, which is quite honorable indeed, but it is a different position, and as far as I know, this is not your purview. And he sits down. He goes, pardon me, I am happy to have him under my command. And Falstaff sits down. The happy was perhaps a little strained, but...
You are a proud Frenchman. You love your country. It shows. You wear it on your sleeve. I'm sorry that we have partnered and aided in the past with the communists. But they are also Frenchmen. They also love your country. They love it differently. But they love it. And our brief working with them has allowed us to move valuable artwork out of the hands of the Nazis into the care of the SOE. More importantly, we were able to give the communists resources, food, for your people of France.
And then he gets super red and he says, and that food makes them look good and the guy look bad. You are undermining
Then let us discuss how we can avoid such an endeavor next time, because there will be a next time. Your people will continue to starve, and the Nazis will take their food and barricade it in warehouses. So let de Gaulle give that food next time. This war is not over, and it will not end with a simple band of communists.
Are we wasting all this time on me when we could actually be winning this thing instead of losing it?
The general says, I've made this agent here an offer that if he would like, he can come back to the United States and we could just stop this inquiry right now.
I appreciate it, General. And he's going to look over and he's going to scan.
His mama's there. She shouldn't be.
His mom's there. He's looking at his mother. He's going to look at Doris real quick, and he's going to like give her a little bit of like a wink, but it's like one of those friendly things, like not like a weird wink. And he's going to look over at, finally he's going to rest over Regina. And he's going to be like, appreciate it, General. I have learned very recently how much this war means to me. Some of you know and some of you don't, and I wanted to keep it a secret, but it's not going to be a secret. I'm going to be honest. More honest than I've been in a jury. And he's just going to laugh at himself.
That is a joke.
Such a joke. Sure. I'm not on any drugs right now, so you can, I'm being the most truthful I've been in a minute. But I'm going to be a father, everybody. Hey, everybody, I'm going to be a father. And you know what? And he's going to point to his friend. She's going to be like an aunt. And he's going to point to Doris like another aunt, I think. I mean, I don't know what the statistics are for that. I don't know what you call it, but like an aunt and another aunt. And he's going to point to his mother's like, and she's going to be a grandmother. And you know why? Because behind enemy lines, I found myself, and I am more dedicated to this and to making sure this war ends and to making sure that we are winning. So I'm sorry, General, I'm going to have to decline your offer. And even if that means that this inquiry finds me guilty of whatever you think you should find me guilty of, I'd rather do that because there's a chance I can go back to Paris and see the woman I love and the family I'm making and to fight for them the way that you all want to fight for your family right now. So if we could stop this, because I'm feeling pretty good. I'm feeling really spry. I'm feeling like I'm good enough to go back in. Let's stop. Because I love a whole lot of people and I want to save them.
I'm going to need a roll from each one of the players in this chat.
Ooh.
One each. Tango, you go last.
I hate you.
Regina, you're up.
So much.
I need a roll from you for your defense of Tango. It should be rapport.
I can't replace this with deceive, can I?
You were honest.
I was.
Mm-hmm.
I've got to get better at being honest.
Mm-hmm. That's a -1. What would you like to do about that? There are 4 fate points for the group, and you have none left.
Yo, I don't know what to do about that.
Yeah, unless you reroll.
There are aspects you can use to spend. And I'll tell you what, we'll
I
hold
don't
it.
think I have any.
Oh, you do. Bricktops has
Ooh.
an aspect. Your mission for Bricktops. Like you have a mission. Well, actually, your high concept, right? You're out there to
No,
a safe
this
house.
is a family first plot later kind of situation.
Mm-hmm. 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 Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm gonna spend one more, y'all, and I promise it'll be the last one. That only brings me up to a 1.
It does.
but it's better than a -1.
That's true.
Mhm.
Okay.
You know,
There you go.
much better than a -1.
Rissa, perhaps she will take some leadership skills after this episode. Doris, Junior Commander, what are you going to roll?
Empathy, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to appeal to his empathy.
Yep. Roll it. Mm-hmm.
3.
Mama Tango, you are here in this room. You are a witness to this. You have also met some people here in the course of this month being here. What would you like to roll?
I can see 3 possibilities.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll let you. One is contacts. And it's not just contacts that she's made within the church, within the temple, but the contacts that she's made here. I mean, she's feeding people is what she does. And so
I would say roll
she's been doing.
contacts. Yes.
Roll contacts?
Yes,
Okay.
that is very good.
Okay. Because I was thinking empathy or will, but
Contact is good.
Context is good? Okay, so I just click on context and it'll roll?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't know what to put for input value.
Nothing, just click it through.
Okay.
It's a 1. Would you like to spend a fate point?
Yes. How does
What aspect would you like to
Yes, you
invoke?
probably do. Yeah.
anything for her son?
That'll do it. So you can just spend one of your fate points and that'll bring you up to a 3.
Okay.
So at this moment, we're a 3, and Regina's at a 1. There are 3 fate points left.
Regina doesn't talk very good.
Am I able to give her one of my fate points?
What's the aspect?
That I am head over heels in love with her, but actually I could argue that I have 2 for her specifically. Hold on to what really matters. I'd probably use that one.
That's 2 fate points, and you have 2 fate points. So I'm going to ask you, when she is speaking to defend Tango and to defend the mission, how do you help her be her best self?
Well, I think I did help her by giving her all of that research.
Yes,
so
you
I
did.
think all I need to do is just remind her that she's good and that he's good and what they have done is good. And so when she's speaking and she just glances over at me, I'm beaming. I'm so proud of her. And I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm so proud of her.
Regina, that brings you up to a 5.
Ooh.
She spent both her fate points.
She got the ring, yo.
Tango, I need you to roll.
Oh, God.
What is it you want me to roll?
I think.
Or should I tell you what I think?
You tell me. I'll tell you what I think, but you can tell me what you
Okay,
think.
all right.
I think you should roll report. That's what I think.
I mean, as a seasoned RPer,
Yes.
I could say, like, let me tell you what I think
you
I
can
should
do
roll.
it. I'm open to listening.
Gosh, what should it be? I think it should be rapport.
I think it should be rapport as well.
And because I'm doing this whole like speech like that, I would like to.
That's a bad roll for you, is it not?
Trouble.
You got pretty good rapport.
I have a pretty good rapport. Yeah. I'd like to spend my own fate point.
Please do.
And I have a troubled aspect, says that my friends are my world.
You would like to use your troubled aspect for that? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. That brings you up to a 3.
Yeah. Gosh, I almost want to re-roll it though.
Go big or go home. You know, I'm all about that re-roll. They say that it's a bad idea. I don't care.
I
Would
don't
you
care.
like to spend an?
I'm gonna re-roll. Let me re-roll.
Re-roll
Let
it.
me spin that fate
Do
point.
it.
My friends, my world. And let
Plus,
me
like, what's the word? You got one more to spend.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta do it tonight.
Yeah.
Might as well spend your at least personal one.
Shit, the
It's meant
same
to be.
thing.
It's meant to be.
You're out of one. There are.
I
You
have
have one
I
fate
have
point
one
left.
more fate point left.
Mm-hmm.
Get the exact same roll. That's crazy.
Damn it.
You can. You can.
You could just spend the last one and go up to 3, dude.
You could.
God, I feel like I'm in Vegas right now. People are telling me like, look, be good with a couple hundred you made.
Yeah, put down a few hundred more. Peer pressure.
Because what I kind of want to do is do a deceive, because I think no matter what anyone says, he's going to disappear and go back to Paris. You know what I mean? Like he's making this grand gesture, and he's saying all these things. I think in the moment, I think he understands that he's trying to pull in everyone's heartstrings. Like he's reaching out. I would not mind doing nose for a double cross.
Yep.
And he's double crossing everyone right now because he sees that he is his back against the wall. And he's going to do a deceive because everything he's saying right now, none of it is bullshit.
Yeah.
But he'll fucking go out the window, that hospital window. You know what I mean? Like he'll go out that fucking window. And I think that's it. That's my last fate point, personally. And he's gonna roll a deceive.
Do it.
Jesus, be better than average, you son of a bitch. Great.
That, my friends. There's a lot of like hubbub amongst the people at the table. And there is the person from the Foreign Office who has not spoken at all. And he glances over to Mama Tango, to Naomi. She doesn't know him. She hasn't met him before. But he glances at her with a look of recognition. And this man from the Foreign Office leans over and says something to the magistrate. And he sort of listens and nods. And there is a bit of discussion amongst them at the table. And the Frenchman is very angry. And the magistrate stands up and he goes, "We've heard all of your evidence. We've seen all of the evidence, including the reports from people in the field. And the records that you have recovered. Junior Commander Asher was correct. They have recovered quite important records indeed. Records that could turn the tide of this war. It looks dark at this moment, but there have been arguments made that this man is necessary in the field for the work that he's doing, work that is vital to the SOE. And there's some weirdness from the MI6 and all of that there. And I will say that the work they've done is proof of our efficacy. We will not weaken our team, no matter what sort of pressure. But we do recognize that there's been some irregularity. That is why, proactively, we have chosen to move our newest officer, Second Subaltern Krauser, into a leadership position. She comes from a well-regarded family with a long military history, entire history of honor, someone who is, who is credit, and someone who is trustworthy, who could very well lead this team to, great victory for all of us. Not just us here in the SOE, not just England, of course, the UK, but also to France, who are our allies, and we welcome you as guests in our home as you stay here, and we welcome you with all the support that we can give you. So, I believe that this agent has been reprimanded and punished enough. And so, this matter is settled. This group will be sent back to Paris under the watchful eye of their new commander, Second Subaltern Krause, and their field commander, well, Sir Vincent. And that is so concluded. There'll be no more speak about this. And with that, the inquiry breaks up, and people mill about. And Falstaff leans over to Regina and says, just so you know, I was given word from here, from London, about a mission. Scientist, you said? And it comes from you?
Yes. Man. Friend of the family.
Yes, well, I just wanted to let you know that before I got on a plane to fly here, just last night, as a matter of fact, I gave that mission to the cell, your cell. They're heading to Berlin.
You sent my cell
Well, orders
to
from
Germany.
Well, orders from London, of course. It was convenient. They're on tour.
Thank you.
But your fellow should also be brought back.
Yes.
I thought you might want to know.
Thank you.
And if they succeed at the mission they've been given, sadly, neither you nor I will be there to find out until we get back, then this will be very important for the SOE indeed.
Then let us hope.
Let us hope.
I must. And I kind of point at Tango.
Indeed. One last thing. They recommended a medal, and I said no. They wanted to give you something, well, insulting. And I would rather have you not have that medal than get something insulting.
I am not sure I understand all of your words in the order in which you place them, but
There's a medal that's given, that's eligible to civilians at the time you were one. And it was for meritorious service, not in the presence of the enemy. They seem to want to give that to all the women. And you know how I feel about women's service, but nonetheless, what you did was definitely in the presence of the enemy, and now that you're in the service, I can recommend you now officially for something that is more fitting to what you've actually done. Which is quite meritorious indeed. So, I must go speak with the politicians.
Don't let me stop you.
Well, nonetheless, it wouldn't sit right with me if you got something like that. Some sort of consolation prize.
Some would say that you have a bit of a soft spot for me, Falstaff.
Well, those people would be, well, I say, excuse me, I have to go. Tell that man that to keep his, well, I'll see you all later.
Regina walks over and hugs Tango.
Oh, is this like a full-on hug
A
too?
full-on hug that Tango really, really wants.
He
full-on
embraces
hug.
it. It's like the first time they've ever actually hugged like this, I bet.
And Regina says, like I said, we're all going home. Now, as I
Yeah.
promised you a few weeks ago, we are due for a celebration. You're having
Yes.
a baby, and I'm engaged.
Yes.
And your mother's here from the great state of Florida.
When are we leaving?
Have
'Cause I-
mimosas waiting.
I
I'm pretty sure she has a
mm,
mimosa, and you don't know what a mimosa is. It's a good thing she has orange
Then
juice.
let us have
Some.
a mimosa and celebrate something
While we're here,
different.
we're going to celebrate you, and then we'll celebrate me out there. That's something called a baby shower. I don't know if you've ever been to one, but I'm sure that we need to make one happen for Sylvie,
When we get back, stop worrying about that. Right now, we're here.
we have to. Would have what's it called before you have a wedding and then you all party? What is that called?
I don't know. I probably don't want it. Actually, in fact, I've probably already had it. I walked out, if I remember correctly.
Okay, well,
So why don't we have a mimosa instead, and your mother can tell us embarrassing stories from when you were a child.
oh God, no.
Yes.
I love
Oh
those.
Lord,
Roll
no.
for damage. And you all get to go and have an entire month here in London before there's another full moon. That middle full moon was what got Falstaff here, and you've
right.
got one more. You have a month. And I'm going to ask you all before we close. What do you spend this month on? How is your month? You have 1 month where you have no duties. I mean, you have duties, but they are, you have time.
Yeah.
I have an answer.
Tell me.
Regina.
Yeah.
I love that answer so much that I don't think anyone can answer. By the way, I think Regina's getting like the full service the entire month. Like, I mean,
She needed it, y'all.
all of it.
Yeah.
I mean, like stuff she wanted and stuff she didn't know she wanted, I think is happening.
Those blackout curtains never got raised.
Never got
never.
raised. Nope.
Ordering in. Yeah.
It's like,
But I imagine Regina does spend some time with poor Luke.
Yes.
Hopefully
Oh,
he
yeah.
gets a taste of London ladies instead of all those crazy French ones.
He doesn't speak English so well, so it has been
Well,
a bit challenging.
I'll play wingman
Yeah,
or whatever skis. We'll go out. I make sure Luke is taken care of, basically. and
He
a
has
good time.
graduated. He
But
He graduated from the training, and he
oh, good. Did he?
He
Said,
did.
okay, good.
he did.
Yeah.
He actually did okay. I'm gonna do a couple rolls to figure out, but he did okay.
Okay,
He's young though, so it was a little.
that's okay. It was meant to beef him up a little bit,
Yeah.
but Regina spends when she's not behind blackout curtains with Doris. Regina spends an excessive amount of time walking the city. One, because she likes to know where she is and
Yeah.
what's up. That's just like part of her training. But she's looking for something really specific, and she would know it when she saw it. And I imagine before it's
it's
all
called
over
a
with after
bachelor
month-
party.
It's not called a bachelor party. Before it's over with, she does find what she's looking for. She takes a lot of pictures of the city. She takes a lot of pictures of Doris, if Doris will let her, in the city. But she finds one particular thing, and then I think once it's located, she spends as many mornings as she can just looking at it, staring at it. A reminder of, like, after this war. We'll find out what that is later. I'm not going to spoil it.
Tango, do you go to temple with your mother here in London?
Absolutely. Like without a question, without a doubt.
When you're there, after one of your services, sometime that second month, this man, a woman, their 2 children,
Wait, a man or a woman or a man woman?
a woman,
Okay.
their 2 children, and the grandmother, they approach
Okay.
you
All right.
and they hug you, and you remember them. Season 1, episode 1, there was a family that was in the basement of Bricktops, and you got them out
Bart.
of Paris, and they are here in London, and you saved them, and they give you the biggest hug, and they thank you so profusely for helping them get
Yes.
out.
Seriously, no. Don't. You have your life now. Thank you for that. But go on.
And they insist on giving you food.
No.
Yes.
My mom
food.
is
Oh,
feeding me with so many biscuits.
Thank
It's
you
not a
so
thing.
much. That is so kind of you. I
She's
take it
right
you know
here.
my son.
oh,
She's with me everywhere.
and they actually want to invite you to their home. Also, Mama Tango, of course, and they want to give you really good Eastern European Jewish food, and like they want to have like a lot of food. It's a lot of like people try to oppress us, but we survived, and let's have food. And so there's like a lot of food celebration.
Mama, you want to go? You want to go do this?
darling, of course. It would
Okay.
only be proper.
It is only proper. You're right. I keep getting my accent out here. Damn it, Mama. Why'd you have to be out here? Oh,
Because I love you, baby.
don't say that like that, okay?
I heard it.
Yeah. All right. We're
What
going to
do you
go
do, Tango?
have dinner with them.
Yeah, what are you doing this month?
For the most part, it's getting better. And I think
Yeah.
there's like a montage scene of him, like, when the doctor closes the door, he like tries to get out of the hospital bed and he does like some push-ups and maybe some pull-ups. You know what I mean? Like he's trying to like do that little bit extra because he doesn't want to spend any more day than he possibly can in London. And he knows that the only reason why everyone is in London is because of him. Yeah. He understands that his mouth has gotten into a lot of trouble. A lot of things have gotten to him in a lot of trouble. And while he's doing his push-ups, what you can't see behind the camera of the movie moment there is him going through what it's going to take for him not to, for his actions to have repercussions to the people he loves, which is a first, you know? And yeah, so I think he's going through a whole revelation of what it means to be, sure, he wants to be a good man. What does it mean? What does it mean to do the right thing at the right time to make sure that Sylvie's okay, his baby's going to be okay, and Regina's going to be okay, the Oscar's going to be okay, the Jules is going to be okay, that Luke is going to be okay, all these people, Doris is going to be okay, you know, his mom is going to be okay. He's got to find the right thread that he can pull and manipulate, which may not be the right thing, but that's the way he thinks. He's going to have to pull the right thread to make sure that everyone is happy. And that's what he's going to do. He's going to move. He will move the moon to make everyone happy at this point, because that's his tribe, that's his family, that's his friend group, and he's never had that before. And he now he's had a taste. He doesn't want to give it up.
And Mama Tango, what do you do this month?
Mama Tango explores London because she's in London.
Can Mama Tango and Tango, by the way, have a very drunken one night? Just one night where they get a little toasty.
Sure.
Just good old Southern, just
yes.
toasty. Okay.
Only if Regina and Doris are there awkwardly.
Where they're just getting real drunk. Just
Mama made dinner. She invited Luke over, and Johnny's there, of course. Doris and Regina, and she just makes this big old dinner for everybody, and then she starts drinking.
She's only on her third shot, everybody. Stop. Okay? She's fine. We're fine. Everyone's fine.
Mama's got a platter balance like that. I can stand here all day.
And that, my friends, is where we're going to end the episode, with a wonderful dinner with Luke and Doris and Regina and Mama Tango and Tango, Johnny and Naomi, and a wonderful dinner with everyone in a recovering London. And they know that at this point in time, their friends who've been sent to Berlin to do some stuff, including recovering somebody important to Regina, will probably have come back, but we'll find out what happens to them next week when we get the solo episode that involves Oscar and Sylvie traveling to Berlin with our special guests, Gaming FTL, who you might know from Stitch of Fate. Yes, and Laugh Love Lindy.
Love my Josh. Yes, Lindy's in chat, or was. Woohoo, there's Lindy.
Yes, and so next
up,
week,
Lindog? I don't know you. I'm sorry, Lindy.
Lindy is, for the record, one of my favorite RPers in the world.
Maybe I do that.
Really
I don't know.
She's really good. And so next week,
Lindy is amazing.
She's so good. They're going to Berlin. They're going to Berlin on tour. It'll be fine.
You're sending Lindsay to Berlin. Oh,
Yeah,
no.
we're sending
It's
Lindsay to
not
Berlin.
going to be fine. We all know that, Trooper.
Oh, I'm sure.
Oh.
So, I want to thank every single person who's been here today for this episode. Sometimes we have guests we go a little bit long because we want to finish it up so they can go home and not have all of our ribbons tied, as it were. Dots, T's, I's dotted.
Cross the T's, dot the I's.
That's exactly right.
Yep.
So thank you for being here. I really appreciate you being here for this first episode. I was so excited.
Wow.
I was so excited when I was like, oh, I'm going to bring Tango's mom. It's going to be so good.
So much.
So good. I'm so excited.
So many feels.
All the feels. So I'm going to have, we had some donations. I want to read them out.
By the way, officially, fuck you.
Really? I think
Wait,
that
who?
you love me. Yeah, that's what I think it is.
Okay.
I think it
No,
is.
it was good. It was good.
It was a great episode. I look
It
forward
was a great
to.
episode.
Well, okay. I know we're gonna do this in the outros. I should stop talking. You do the thing.
So I want to thank everybody who has donated because all tips and bits go to help pay the cast because that's what I want to do. Rissa gave us 100 bits who said, for the I've never fathered anything rant. Yes. And then another 100 for just some love. And we also got 800 bits just 2 minutes ago from Rissa with just actually lots and lots of love. There's just like oodles of love in there, just all the love happening. And so I kind of feel like there needs to be a love message. And the love message is going to be...
What is love?
Baby,
Let me
don't hurt
tell you
me.
about love.
Don't hurt me no more.
Love is this love that we all feel for each other. Are you alone tonight? That's cool. It's fine to fly solo, but also if you're with someone, hold them tight because
Yes.
that is what love is.
And I hope that you all get to go back to Paris. You'll be flown back, of course. Although weirdly, it takes about 2 months to take the land trip through Paris, through the Pyrenees and all Gibraltar and all the way back around, which means that when they leave, like the day after they leave, is when Jules is going to get there.
Oh, I just miss Jules.
You just missed him. But I would love the most amazing players. I'm so happy for you all. Thank you so much for being here. I would love for you all to just introduce yourself. Tell us where we can find you. That's important. Say where you are. Say where you can find you. And also, oh, wait, sorry. I have to interrupt myself. By the way, just so you all know, they're going to get a breakthrough for this. They're all going to basically get a level up out of this episode, which means they get to rewrite their high concept if they want to, an aspect, they get to level up their skills. Yeah. So because this
Y'all should do a combo one,
I'm
like
just
a
saying.
family. Yeah, like a family combo.
I'm just saying that they have
Like
a
a
lot
Ryan's buffet,
Mhm.
you know?
Yeah,
Like
or something wherever you went for the restaurant.
They
You
gotta,
know?
this is like a big moment for them. So they're going to get a
Because
level
your
up.
family.
This is
Yeah.
like Ruby Tuesdays, Mama.
Oh, and the other thing I'll tell you is that they also got one other special gift, and that is Luke is going to go from a side NPC with only 2 consequences in order to not die, and a limited lot of skills to a full PC sheet for them.
But his training did.
Because his training helped him sort of
It
level up,
Nice.
as it were. And now, all that backstory. Please tell me who you are, what you're up to. Like, tell us all the places where people can go and support you, because you're all amazing. And then give, if you would, some love to someone else on the cast. That is all that I want. And I want to start because we started with you last because we had to hide who you were. Kat, I want to start with you first. Please tell me, who you are, what all things you're doing, what you're up to, and then give some love to somebody.
So I'm Kat, or at Clark of Cord, and I play games on the internet with my friends. I drink and I roll dice. That's what I do. What am I? Let's see. Sunday, I'll actually be over on Colonomicon's channel. We are doing a Sunday one shot of Masks, which I'm really excited for because I have missed Masks and I love that game so much. And then not this coming Thursday, but the Thursday after, in about 2 weeks, I am over on This Is How We RP, or the Level Geeks channel, where we are playing Shadowrun 6E that's been seriously homebrewed house rolled because Shadowrun 6E.
Yeah.
But it is
It has to be homebrewed. I'm sorry. It has to be homebrewed because it's so close, but not there. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Done.
Exactly. but I play a street shaman who has been horribly traumatized recently, and is just starting to come out of that. And but I love her dearly, and it's been a ride. So if you want to come watch me cry some more, that's where you can watch me on Thursdays. And then I don't think I'm doing anything else on stream again until the 28th, again back over on Kalanomicon's channel, where we are playing Quest, which is another RPG that is it's very dice light and very story heavy, which are the kind of games I like this one. And I have to give my love to Johnny, because this was coming in like this. It's hard. It's hard. And you made me feel very welcome. You made me help me feel like mama and inhabit mama.
By the way, you did everything so perfect.
Yeah.
That is exactly
Killed
how
it.
I
Thank
feel
you.
like Johnny's mother would be, and you are definitely every bit the mother I think Johnny would have had. So thank you so
Thank you.
much, and you were a wonderful, wonderful role player, and you did everything perfect. So thank you.
Thank
Like
you.
everyone would die for Mama
Yeah. And
instantly.
Mama will live.
yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Or like through the war.
Mom's
I'm
gonna
just letting you
punch
know.
out.
Oh yeah.
She is gonna live, or I will kill you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I have to
Mama's
give
gonna
love.
live.
I've got to give some love to Kat because Marcus was supposed to be here to be Jax, but unfortunately, a work person who has the Friday night shift couldn't go to work all of a sudden, so he had to fill in. And I found out at the very last minute, and I was like, oh no, what am I going to do? And I want to thank Kat. So first off, I was like, oh, I've got to get Tango's mom here. I was like, and there's only one person I want to play Tango's mom. It's Kat. And I was like, ooh, but this is real short notice. It's real short notice to get a photograph and like make a character and all that. And Kat, thank you so much for like last minute jumping in, getting your character together,
Thank you
and really knowing your character and just being so amazing.
Thank you for asking.
Yeah, and she knew that character, by the way.
Yeah.
Like she knew it. Like she played it better than I thought. Like even if you just give someone a short paragraph on who Mama Silverstein would have been, it was so good. You did such a great job. Thank you for coming in and filling in for that.
Thank you. Pretty sure Mama's hanging around. I get this feeling she wants to hang around London, and she's like, I'm staying here until you send me that girl of yours and that baby, and you do what you have to do to win this war.
together.
But I will,
Mama's
I will-
taking a break.
but
in
I will
London.
be here.
Maybe
You send me that girl.
Yep.
I
I'll
don't
take
care
good
what
care of
they call their biscuit something real weird over here, but
No,
that's
Stone.
fine.
darling, that is not a biscuit. That's a cookie.
This is a cookie. I will show you a biscuit. And have you ever seen gravy before? I'm going to show you some. I'm showing you some thick gray gravy.
So all the love to Kat. And I just look, this is the thing, this is true, and I just have to say it. It's kind of like a threat, really. Anybody who guests on the show is now like in the world, which means, you know, they may just have to come back. There might be times where that just has to happen. That's it.
You hear that, Johnny? It's hanging over your head.
Oh, I fully suspect you coming in with the Tommy gun coming into Paris. It's like, I will see my grandbaby.
Let's throw over to PB.
Yeah, I will see my
Thank
grandbaby.
you. Yeah, hi, I'm Pumpkinberry or PB, and you can find me at Twitch and Twitter at Pumpkinberry. I play games over on my channel, but I do lots of role play stuff as well, which you can check out on my website if you'd like. I'm currently GMing a horror, very dark MK Ultra style show on Saturdays, so I'll be doing that tomorrow if you want to come check that out. It's called the Cerebrum Project.
What time?
That's at 2 p.m. Eastern.
And what
And you
channel?
can, and that's on twitch.tv/table story. And it's really weird. There's a lot of strange production things that we're trying for the first time. And tomorrow's going to be a really fun episode. So you should come check that out. And thank you so much for having me back. I love Doris. I love this cast. I love this show. I
love Doris too. Like I love Doris.
cried a lot during this episode because Trooper has a way of telling a story that's real And there was a couple of moments where I sat back and I went, no, someone's grandparents lived this.
Yep.
And it's done with such respect. So thank you. I'm very honored to be a part of it.
And thank you.
Great. Now I'm gonna cry.
I know.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
sorry.
get
Stop
me
it.
too. I'm gonna
Stop
and
it. I'm about to cry.
give some love. PB, give some love
Again.
to somebody.
Oh my God. Can I just give love to everybody because it was insane. It was Dot, role playing with you is always an honor.
Oh,
I feel so firmly planted in my character and in what she's feeling when I am role playing against someone who is very, very good, and you are, and you just bring out all of the good stuff in a scene. So thank you.
well, thanks for being on your toes because I really didn't prep you for the ring thing.
Yeah, you did. You didn't tell me, but I man,
It's okay. I
that
trusted
was
you could
perfect.
handle it. Thank you
It was
for
perfect.
making it perfect for Regina
Yeah.
too. So
Yeah. Also, like,
I
are you going to
see.
break up with me? I don't want to be wearing this dress. And then it's
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
no,
yeah.
I'm actually proposing to you.
yeah, it was so genuine too because you
Yeah.
had no idea. I felt
Yeah.
so bad.
Oh, so good. It was so good.
Yeah, it was really good. So thank you. That was very, very lovely.
And PB, my love to you is that you are always a person who is completely and emotionally in the moment. And I respect that so much. You are always present, and you just help elevate any scene you're in. And even when you're not in the scene, you're emotionally present. And you always, it's great. Like, it's really good to be around the table with you because of your presence.
Thanks for inviting me.
Oh, you'll be back. You'll be back. Because, like, you say things.
Because I got a ring on it.
You got a ring on it
So,
now.
Yeah.
Dot.
Man, just like, when do I get to meet
put
Hannah?
a ring on it if you want to.
When I sent her from France to London for you to take care of, so sure she doesn't die. Okay, cough.
Go ahead. You were going to say?
Oh, is it my turn?
It
I'm
is your
Dot,
turn,
y'all.
Dot.
I'm Dot. I'm Little Red Dot. Thanks, y'all, for being here tonight. Tonight was crazy roller coaster of a freaking episode.
Like one of the craziest nights we've had. I would be
just
honest. Like in
nuts.
three seasons, I feel like this is one of the crazier nights.
But I think really important for, I would say really important for Gina. But if you want to find out more what I'm doing, I'm Little Red Dot, Twitch producer for Cobalt Press and a freelance streamer and podcast producer. If you want to see my stuff, check me out at Pod by Night, which is the VTM Chronicle I actually am doing with Josh, who you'll get to see next week, and a lot of other cool faces. So that's my big project right now. And then, of course, I'm back and I'm here. And somebody thought it was a good idea to put Regina in charge. I hope y'all are ready.
Well,
Because before y'all thought she was a handful, she wasn't even in charge then. Just wait. They're not ready.
That was Tango apparently trying to be in charge, but not really.
It's gonna be. It should be a very interesting. But yes, I have to give. I want to give a lot of love to PB too because I think it's hard to like step into something and especially a relationship that doesn't actually get fleshed out in game frequently. But Regina doesn't get to be herself very often, and I was actually telling Trooper, I think the last time we met, Regina was really not expecting you to be there. So like you were not in the plan. And so there were not enough spoons in the moment to do anything but save those radios and not kill some communists accidentally. So this time though, she had a whole plane ride to think about it, but there was a lot of other things, like being really supportive and telling Regina what she needed to hear when she needed to hear it, like she with all of the guilt and stuff and being like, no, I don't think you're a bad person. So there's something to that. And I want to give you credit because you make Doris, your RP makes Doris make Regina feel very safe and comfortable, which is something we don't ever get to see. And so tonight was very special in terms of a side of Regina that we may not get to see again until all this is over with. So kudos to you for making me Dot feel comfortable and for your RP of making our Regina feel comfortable.
Yeah.
So that like she could kind of like come out, So yeah.
My love to you is that I love your character work. Like you are so thoughtful about your character, and that level of thoughtfulness makes my job as a GM way easier and challenging in the best way. So I love that. Thank you. And the man of the hour, the one who had to sit through what was not a debriefing, but an inquiry and a
Ooh.
surprise mom, because chat, I did not
Ooh.
tell them
Yeah.
who Kat was playing. That was a surprise to them as well. So, who are you and what are you up to? And then give some love to somebody.
All right. So my name is James Stiver. Thank you for watching all of us, really. Yeah, you can find me. I am Stiver. Let's see, what do I do? I have recently been co-producing a stream, my first like co-produced stream thing. Whoop, whoop, whoop. It's Cyberpunk Red, and I fucking love Cyberpunk so much. I have an entire arm of tattoos dedicated.
I thought you were going to say you actually had a cyber arm. That you were
I have a
hiding.
cyber arm. I
He's
really
working
do.
on it.
I'm working on my robot arm. Anyways, I love the cyberpunk aesthetic, and I want to go ahead and just say this. I don't know if this is too much for your channel or not, but I do not really officially. I don't support Cyberpunk 2077. I support Cyberpunk Red as a tabletop system. And that is what we're doing every Monday over at Fox, Rockette Fox's channel. So she's also a cast member. If you've been here for a while, then you know Rockette Fox and what she does. Me and her have teamed up, and we've done a Cyberpunk Red game that we're going to run for the next 2 months. I am the DM there, so if you ever wanted to see me DM, there you go. You can do it there. Anyways,
He's good.
I'm all right. I tell a good story. We'll have fun. It's a hoot. It's a hoot. It's a hoot nanny. Anyways, so that's what I'm mostly doing outside of this now, because I just got done with Fate of Saltmall. I don't know if Origami Shuriken is still in. It was a fucking awesome game that we ran for about a month, and thank you, Origami Shuriken, for letting me be a part of that. Because of pandemic, I have not been able to do as much podcasting as I've always been able to do in the past. So it's been so good that my friends have allowed me into their streaming community. Thank you so much. Okay, so now that is done, love. Oh my God, I want to just break it all because I loved everyone so much. I legitimately cried. I'm a grown ass man, just fucking cried in front of y'all for like a quarter of this time. Okay. I get it. I'm already naturally a sensitive and sentimental dude. Like, that's fine. It is what it is. But oh my God, just seeing the awkward love. That awkward love of, like when you love someone, but you haven't spent a whole lot of time around them, but you just know that they're right. I've heard that happens to people. I mean, it happened to me, and then fuck that bitch. But I'm just saying that's why I'm getting a puppy Wednesday. I love that puppy. It's going to be a breakup puppy. I fucking love that puppy more than anything. My point is that watching Regina and Doris interact was such a delight.
Yeah.
It was such a delight. It was so wonderful, and it was so genuine. It was so pure, and it was just, and then just thinking like in the back of my mind, because I know what's up. I'm like, she's gonna break up with this bitch. Like, she's gonna do that shit. You know what I mean? Like, she's gonna like, girl, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you wore that dress. Like, you should not have. Like, say that dress for someone else, some other
No,
lady.
Regina still got some tricks up her sleeve.
But yeah, Regina.
She's smooth.
But I don't know if we're gonna go back and there's some other, like, here's my ring that my father gave me. And I'm like, you know what I mean? And she gives that to Hannah, and I'm like, oh wow, Mama, and he's gonna call his mama their mama. I gotta tell you right now, there's
Maybe
some
it's called
stuff
the
going down.
morphine, but Tango, there's nothing between her and Hannah that is official except roommate status.
Roommate status.
And technically, she's
and a little spaghetti. I don't know, like, you know what I mean, like a little.
But I mean, it's spaghetti. It's not like it's syrup.
Oh,
Okay,
you're right.
We all know I'm a disaster. We all know
You're
Regina's
right.
a disaster lesbian. Let's just.
It's true. It's true.
She is a
She's
disaster lesbian. Anyway,
Just
so
move
I
on from
love that. And by the way, I have to just say this. Kat played that mother so perfectly. So perfectly that I was legitimately crying because I really thought in some, like, I really felt like that was the scene. You know what I mean? Like like when you feel the scene and you feel like that's it.
Yeah.
You know, like I've had that conversation with my own mother, and we were both from Texas. So if that makes things real, like I have had that conversation with my mother before. I mean, not that I'm having it. I mean, I texted her and I told her I'm having a puppy and that's having Wednesday.
And she's like, when you're getting married, like, when am I going to see the puppy?
Yeah, you're seeing a puppy later, Mom. It's fine. So anyway, so yeah, I would say like the love I want to give is Kat. You did fucking perfect. Excuse my language, but you did fucking perfect. Sorry,
It's quite fucking all right, darling.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mama.
Love it. Thanks, Mama. And yeah, so everybody else, by the way, and I love the awkward love, and it was just a wonderful episode. And Trooper, yeah, like everyone said, you make a very real moment, but also you do it so tastefully.
Yeah.
You set us up
that
for so
no
much
one's awkward.
success.
Yeah.
Yeah, for so much success.
I just want to set up the pins for you. That's all. Just to set up the pins.
Well, you're good at it, sir.
And I'm done.
All right. Well,
And I'm done.
that's
And scene.
and scene. And I'm troopersjp. I'm the GM, and by GM I mean I just set up the pins and I let these amazing people do their thing, and sometimes I bring their mom in, because sometimes you surprise bring people's moms in. And
For a split second, I thought you were actually going to get Mama Stiver in here.
that would have been awesome.
Could you imagine?
I would have
God.
loved that.
Sometimes I just bring moms in, and then somebody.
And there's
pops
my
into the
mother
call.
with like her fucking cockadoodle, like over like, oh hey James, like oh
Yeah.
I don't know what streaming is, but here we are. Like okay, oh they're golden doodle. Sorry,
It's
not
so amazing.
cockadoodle. That's a different thing. Cockadoodle is
It says,
that's an OnlyFans thing. I think.
and so
Well,
you can find me here, right? Let me see. What day is it? Today's Friday. Tomorrow at noon, I'm streaming my own video game. But the big deal is that you can find me Sunday for Into the Southlands over at Kobold Press, where I'm playing with the Dot. And then you can find me. Oh, it's next Wednesday for The Witcher, GM'd by Prax, who is a field sniper. Like,
Yep.
if you thought that I was giving them like feels here, like ooh, Prax, oh yeah, my dead boyfriend is alive. Maybe awkward because I'm in another relationship right now, and that's also it's kind of awkward. Whoa! All right, so it'll be great. Oh yeah,
it's fine.
It's fine.
It'll be fine.
It's fine. It's fine. So good. And here's what I'm going to say. Y'all, take care of yourselves. Drink some water, get some rest, be kind to each other, and remember that there were so many acts of kindness that help people get through difficult times, and we can all do that for each other. Just keep your mask on and social distance, but still kindness. And that is it. Thank you.
And
so much
hold
for
the
being
door open for people. That's a Southern thing I think that we should take away from all this is just hold the door open for
Actually,
people.
don't
I
do
don't
that
care
for me. That it's actually a hugely degrading thing.
what. I know. I mean, it's like I don't even really.
I'm sorry, sir. Yeah, we can talk about that offline. Please don't hold the door open for me. I'm fully capable.
Okay,
of
well,
opening
don't
my
hold
own
the door open for her, but I meant that for every gender. I meant for a man or a woman, by the way.
Hey, next week, the second duo episode with Regina and Oscar going to Berlin.
Nope, Sylvie and Oscar.
That's true. Sorry. I just put the two Germans together. What was I thinking?
Yeah,
Sylvie and Oscar.
Nobody is ready for that
No.
yet.
Sylvie and
Sylvie
Oscar
and
are going to go
Oscar.
to Berlin. And so take care of yourselves, everyone. Catch you on the flip side. Bye.
Bye.